status of the 6th Republican President, Mr. Edgar Chagwa, and the Forum for Democracy and Development President, Ms. Edith Nawakwi, following a point of order that was raised on Tuesday, 18 February 2025 by Mr. Davidson Nyambose, that's Mr. Mishek Nyambose, Member of Parliament for Chasefu constituency.
And the last ministerial statement also came from the Minister of Health. The Minister of Health made a statement on the mpox situation in the country and briefed the House on the current status and preventive measures taken to reduce the risk of transmission.
The House considered questions for oral answer, numbers 211 to 212, understanding order 80, and there was consideration of a report from the Parliamentary Select Committee that the House adopts a report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to scrutinize the presidential appointment of Justice Evans Mwambeni Hamaundu, retired, Mr. Kaumbu Ondela, Mrs. Engwase Banda Mwale, Mr. Jack Kalala, and Mrs. Nalucha Bernadette Ngangaziba to serve as chairperson, vice chairperson, and members of the Anti-Corruption Commission Board, respectively, and Mrs. Daphne Pauline Soko Chabu to serve as Director General of the Anti-Corruption Commission, ACC, for the 4th session of the 13th National Assembly, and this document was laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19 February 2025, and it was moved or presented by Mr. Sidney Mushanga.
And it was seconded by Kawe Member of Parliament, Ms. Chrysosta Pieri Halwindi. Thereafter, the House did adjourn accordingly at 18:32 hours.
So basically that's a business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, and today we expect more business to be considered. So let's quickly let you in on what is expected to be considered on the floor of the House today, which is the 21st day in the month of February 2025.
We expect announcements if there will be any, ruling if there will be any, and also business statement for the period 25th February to 7th March 2025.
The House is also expected to consider urgent matters without notice, if there will be any, and Her Honor the Vice President's question time is expected to be considered today. Remember, it is 45 minutes allocated to members of Parliament to ask Her Honor the Republican President questions without notice. And there are today we expect some ministerial statements, Joe.
Yes, of course, President. So we expect 2 ministerial statements. The first ministerial statement is expected to come from the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation on the effect of the withdrawal of aid by the USA government on the aid-supported projects in the country.
As directed yesterday by the Right Honourable Madam Speaker, to the Minister of Water Development is expected to render ministerial statement on the contamination of the Kafue River in Kitwe District and Kalulushi District, and this was raised by Kamfinsa Area Member of Parliament, Mr. Christopher Kangombe.
And of course, we expect the House to consider 1 urgent question and 1 ordinary question.
Let's look at the details of those questions that are expected to be considered on the floor of the House. Understanding Order 82, these are urgent nature kind of questions, and question 213 will come from Mr. Remember Mtale Chitambo. And for now, as you can see on your screen, that's the Right Honourable Madam Speaker making her way to the chamber. We now cross over to the floor of the House for the commencement.
Members of Parliament, Madam Speaker. Yeah.
Land of faith and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for our rights. We want freedom's fight for one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by God's own hand. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun, oh one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry, dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Lord, honorable members, I have one announcement to make and one ruling. The announcement, honorable members, actually there are two announcements. The first announcement, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Ndola Trust School in Ndola District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. I thank you. You may take your seats. The next announcement, honorable members, I wish to inform the House that the Commonwealth Parliamentarians with Disabilities, African Region, Zambian Branch, will host the third Commonwealth Parliamentarians with Disabilities Conference from the 24th to the 28th of February 2025 under the theme, Breaking Barriers, Building Inclusive Parliaments for Persons with Disabilities at Sierra Resort in Chongwe District. The aim of the conference is to address issues related to disability, inclusion, and empowerment, and to provide a platform for parliamentarians to engage in meaningful dialogue, share experiences, and collaborate on strategies to create more inclusive legislative bodies across the Commonwealth. Delegates will be drawn from CPA member countries in the African region. Selected members of parliament have been nominated to participate in this conference. I thank you. The ruling, this is a ruling on a point of order raised on Wednesday, 12th February 2025 by Mr. B. Mpondo, Member of Parliament for Nkana constituency, against Mr. E. Daka, Member of Parliament from Sazara constituency, Mr. Ding Mngando, Member of Parliament for Chama South, Mr. A. Lubosha, Member of Parliament for Chipangali constituency, and Mr. Jonathan Banda for allegedly crossing the floor by addressing United Party for National Development officials during the 6th February 2025 parliamentary by-election in Petauke. Honorable members, the House will recall that on Wednesday, 12th February 2025, when the House was considering question for oral answer number 171, and Honorable M. Chikoti, MP, Minister of Energy, was responding to a supplementary question raised by Mr. J. Chibuye, Member of Parliament for Ron constituency. Mr. B. Mpundu, Member of Parliament for Nkana constituency, raised a point of order. Mr. B. Mpundu MP's point of order was premised on Article 72(2) of the Constitution of Zambia, Chapter 1 of the Laws of Zambia, which provides for the vacation of office of a Member of Parliament. Honorable members, in raising the point of order, Mr. B. Mpundu MP explained that Mr. E. Daka, Member of Parliament from Sanzara constituency, Mr. B. Mngando, Member of Parliament for Chama South, Mr. A. Lubosha, Member of Parliament for Chipangali constituency, and Mr. Jonathan Banda, a member who does not exist in our records, addressed officials of the United Party for National Development Party, UPND, during the 6th February 2025 parliamentary by-elections in Petauke Central. He added that this was a party that did not sponsor their candidates to the National Assembly. Honorable members, Mr. Bimpundu MP placed reliance on two cases, namely the Attorney General versus Akashamba Twambikusita Liwanika and the Attorney General versus Chishimba Kambwili, which he stated provided guidance on what amounts to crossing the floor of the House and the consequences of crossing the floor. Mr. Bimpundu MP further stated in his point of order that he had evidence of the four mentioned members of Parliament addressing officials of the UPND, which he could lay on the table of the House. Honorable members, Mr. Bimpundu MP alleged that the conduct of the four members of Parliament was against the Constitution and therefore requested the Honorable Madam First Deputy Speaker to consequently declare their seats vacant. In her immediate response, the Honorable Madam First Deputy Speaker reserved her ruling to enable her to study the matter. I have since studied the matter and I will now render my ruling. Honorable members, the point of order raised by Mr. Bimpundu MP raises the issue of a Member of Parliament sponsored by a political party crossing the floor. Honorable members, Standing Order 141E of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024 is instructive on the admissibility of points of order. Standing Order 141E provides as follows, and I quote, 141. A point of order may be admissible if E, it does not relate to a general interpretation of a written law. End of quote. Further, in the case of the Attorney General versus Chishimba Kambwili, 2019 CCZ/009, the Constitutional Court at page J37 stated as follows, and I quote, the function of interpreting the law and the Constitution is vested in the judiciary as provided by Article 119 of the Constitution, end of quote. Honorable members, on this premise, the request by Mr. Bimpundu MP that I examine the actions of the three named Patriotic Front members of Parliament and consequently declare their seats vacant relates to general interpretation of a written law. This is because determining whether the three members of Parliament had crossed the floor as alleged, would require me to examine the purported evidence which Mr. Bimpondo MP has not produced and consider it in light of the provisions of Article 72(2) of the Constitution. Therefore, honorable members, it is clear that the request by my office for my office to declare the seats of the 3 members of Parliament vacant does not fall within my jurisdiction. By declaring the seats vacant, I would be usurping the functions of the judiciary as guided by the Constitutional Court. Standing orders as espoused in the Chishimba Kambwili case supra. Honorable members, I therefore hold that the point of order by Mr. Bimpondo MP is inadmissible as it relates to a general interpretation of a written law. In conclusion, I wish to take this opportunity to advise honorable members and reiterate that it is important for you to familiarize yourselves with the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024 as they regulate and govern parliamentary business. I thank you. Business statement, Her Honor the Vice President.
Madam, I wish to inform the House that the House Business Committee met on Thursday, 20th February 2024, to determine and schedule business of the House for the period 25th February to 7th March 2025. Madam Speaker, the House Business Committee resolved to lay before the House the following business for consideration in the next 2 weeks. A. Announcements. The Honorable Speaker may make announcements to the House on any day. The Honorable Speaker will render rulings if there will be any. C. Ministerial statements. Honorable ministers will render ministerial statements on topical issues if there will be any. D. Bills. The following bills will be considered. That is, the cyber security bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2024. Is it first reading? Second reading. The date yet to be determined. The Cyber Crimes Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024, second reading. The date yet to be determined. 3. The Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2024, second reading. The date yet to be determined. 4. The Plant Health Bill, committee stage. This will be considered on 27th February 2025. 5. The Geological and Minerals Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2024, second reading. This will be considered on 4th March 2025. E. Reports on international conferences. Reports on international conferences will be considered if there will be any. F. Parliamentary committee reports. The following committee reports will be considered during this period. The national economy and labor matters. Subject matter is ratification of membership to the Africa 50 Fund Articles of Association for project development and finance. The date it is yet to be determined. Sorry. Ratification of membership to the Africa 50 Fund Articles of Association for Project Development and Finance, National Economy and Agreement on the operationalization of the SADC. Sorry, Madam. The date yet to be determined. G, questions. Honorable Ministers will respond to 49 questions for oral and written answers. The list of the questions will be circulated to all honorable members as an appendix to this statement. Further, the details of the questions are contained in the notice of questions of 13th September 2024, circulated to all honorable members earlier. H, questions on standby. The questions on standby to replace questions that may not be placed on the order paper on the designated day due to unforeseen circumstances have also been set in an appendix which will be circulated to all honorable members. I, suspension of standing orders. On Thursday, 27th February 2025, I will move a motion to suspend relevant standing orders, such as those relating to the Vice President's question time and the suspension of business at 10:45 hours, to enable the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, to address the House on the progress made in the application of national values and principles on Friday, 28th February 2025. J, the presidential address. The President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, will address the House on the progress made in the application of national values and principles on Friday, 28th February 2025. K, motion of thanks. The motion of thanks to the President's address will commence on Tuesday, 4th March 2025, and will continue for a period of 10 sitting days up to Wednesday, 20th March 2025. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the House Business Committee, and in accordance with Standing Order number 44 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024, I have the pleasure to present the business of the next 2 weeks to this august House. I thank you, Madam.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Urgent matters without notice. Or is this redundant now? We move to the next item because I can see the... Okay, just clear the screen. Her Honor, the Vice President's question time. Honorable Member for Sinazongwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and good morning to Her Honor, the Vice President. Madam Speaker, in the year 2024, Zambia had a terrible drought. And Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the government for the intervention measures that it took, such as cash for work, increased maize sale points in our respective districts, just to mention but a few. Madam Speaker, this year so far the indicators are that we are likely to have a bumper harvest. But we have areas like in Sinazongwe, Gwembe, and part of Eastern Province where we have experienced flash floods. The question from the people of Sinazongwe, Madam Speaker, is whether these very nice intervention measures that the government had undertaken under 2024 to mitigate food shortages in our respective areas, whether they will continue in these areas where we have experienced flash floods, so that at least the people will continue having where to touch in terms of food sustainability. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for that question, who takes note of the fact that we had a very severe drought situation, and indeed we thank our God as we thank the leadership of this country through Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, the President of the Republic, for putting in place interventions that have seen us manage to survive to today without too much suffering and probably even loss of life. The Honourable Member is referring to the fact that we expect bumper harvest, and I agree with him. But he takes note of the fact that there are certain areas that seem to have, that seem to have floods. And indeed, a few spots may have even, maize which had wilted because of the prolonged spell, of dry spell. Madam Speaker, the concern of the Honourable Member has been the concern throughout. Every year after the rains, if we hear of areas that have suffered something, we follow through. In fact, there is always a rapid assessment of the food security situation. We also do a vulnerability assessment of the food security situation in the country. Where people don't have enough, this happens all the time. I'm sure, Madam, you remember that even before the drought, members, you would even guide them to come to my office to ask when they are going through stress, when people are going through food insecurity. This will happen because it's within the function of this government. We will continue to support our people who genuinely go through a difficult time in terms of food production. So, Honourable, we will assess and we will be there as we have done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Sioma.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It will now appear like maybe every time we rise on the floor of the House, the only matter that we discuss is the human-animal conflict. But we have no option. Your Honourable Vice President, first of all, wish to thank your government for the interventions that it put in to ensure that the people of Sioma were well taken care of during the last farming season, where we experienced severe drought. We appreciate the cash for work, and the very many interventions that were put in to an extent that up to now we are still enjoying from those interventions. However, Your Honour Vice President, the people of Sioma today woke up root. People around the Nawashi ward, Sioma ward and Nangweshi ward, when they found that their fields have been invaded by herds of elephants, defeating the whole purpose now of going into farming. There is now a likelihood that we'll continue knocking on the doors of government to ensure that we continue on these social programs. Your Honour Vice President, what interventions is this government putting in place to ensure that people around such areas, people who live in GMA like ourselves, do not have their efforts going to waste by protecting their fields, by protecting their crops from destruction by the jumbos? I thank you, Your Honour Vice President.
Thank you, Her Honour the Vice President.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and the Honourable Member for Sioma, who brings a question, Madam, which comes almost every time, even beyond the destruction of crops. I think we have heard people also being attacked. Whether we like it or not, this goes into human-animal conflict, which has become very rampant. I think government is working out measures. I can't give one answer. I think we have to look at this and see exactly how we are going to tackle the issue of human-animal conflict. I'll do a further consultation on this because I hear it. There are some which are even human-made. I think we heard somewhere animals which are made by humans also attacking. But it is important to have a clear position on this matter, which I don't have right now. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Nkana.
Madam Vice President, you have consistently assured the nation on the floor of this House of your government's commitment to fighting corruption and that there will not be any sacred cow in that pursuit. Whistleblowers have raised 2 corruption red flags in the energy sector, namely the contract awarded to Agrofuel to clean the pipeline, and subsequently the dead stock has never been declared. And secondly, this contractor was overpaid, which action amounts to corruption and criminality. Now, no action has been taken. Madam Vice President, ZESCO used to transfer or transmit electricity to the mines in the northwestern province. Today, ZESCO has put a middleman called Canona Energy to be the ones selling power from ZESCO to the mines in the northwestern province. Madam Vice President, these whistleblowers have raised flags that these too are corrupt activities that needed to have been investigated. As your government dropped the flag, Mwariponya flag, in the fight against corruption, I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Member from Nkana for raising that question, because every question here helps us to clear up, if we can, to respond to the concerns of the people. He starts with the fact that we have assured people, particularly through this august House, that we will fight corruption. And I will still repeat that this government is going to fight corruption, Madam Speaker, without any sacred cow. But you are asking me about this issue. I can quickly respond and say what the whistleblower says. You call them whistleblowers who write on social media. Oh, they wrote to who? I am not aware. In fact, that is true, Honorable. What I hear, what I'm briefed today is actually colleagues have written to the Chief Justice to have this in the courts. So that, Madam, under the rule of sub judice, I don't know how far it has gone. I may not. That is the brief I got. Madam, if it is not, Friday is still coming. But what I've been briefed, I will not respond, because the fact is there is no overpayment. But I don't want to go into those issues with the information I got, in fact, this morning. So I am bound and I'll wait. If it is not, we will still talk about it here. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning, Honor the Vice President. Honor the Vice President, today I'll take you through health matters. Madam Speaker, cancer is a very big problem in this country. And I do recall that when Honorable Sylvia Masebo was Minister, she told us that the government is about to procure machines to be treating cancer patients with radiotherapy, sorry to say. My question this morning is, I want to find out the progress made on the acquisition of the said machines and also the chemicals that are used in the treatment of cancer. Thank you, Honor the Vice President.
These questions that are so specific sometimes can put Honor the Vice President in an awkward position. The questions should be rather general of a policy nature. But when the member asks a specific question like that, it's a bit of a challenge. Her Honor the Vice President.
You forgive me, I don't have to dream answers, especially when my ministers are here. We have to try and give facts. I think it is important. That is what our standing order number 71, I think, says. We have to speak to facts, and they help me. Sometimes I don't have the answers. The issue of cancer, indeed, is a very serious matter, and it has become more rampant. I think there are so many cancer cases in our country. I agree with you, and therefore there is need for preparation. And yes, the Honorable Minister had told us that there will be procurement of the machines for radiotherapy for the cancer patients that go through chemotherapy when they need to complete. But I am informed that the machines are now in. They are working on expanding. Yes, that's what I'm told. They are working on expanding the rooms because they are room specific. So we are working on ensuring that they can be installed properly in the correct rooms. I think that is what is left. And we will work as hard as we can to quickly do this because it's extremely expensive to send people to other countries for radiotherapy. It is expensive to the government, to all of us. And therefore, we are working as quickly as we can to ensure that the building is properly constructed for the installation of the machine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed, just for general guidance on questions to the Vice President, and I will refer to Standing Order 87, in particular, paragraph 3. Oh, 2, sorry. A question to the Vice President shall be based on a matter of public policy. So please, as we ask questions, let's not be specific. It should be on matter of public policy in accordance with our standing orders. The Honorable Member for Wengwa.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Your Honor, the Vice President, through you, Madam Speaker. It's undeniable fact that the UPND government inherited a broken economy, and that was even coupled with the drought situation which we experienced in 2024. Now that the situation from the time this government took over from PF, the people of Zambia have been struggling a lot. And right now, we know you are putting some of the interventions, okay, to tackle the situation which we are in today, resulting from the previous careless borrowing from international lenders. Now, Your Honor, the Vice President, What interventions are you putting to make sure that the situation is arrested, the situation which we are in today, which have been resulted as a result of the carelessness borrowing of the PF and because of the broken economy which we found, which the UPND took over? Kindly help us and the people of Zambia and the citizen at large, okay, some of the interventions this government is trying to put so that we can better the lives of the Zambian people. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for guiding us, on the questions I can answer. It's difficult to know where the school, the roof is what, and things like that. There are many interventions that this government has put in place to address the situation in which we found, I'll use not find, but we found ourselves in when we took over government, and therefore bringing us to this place today, where, Madam Speaker, I said, we have managed, because you talked of the overborrowing and the drought. Today, Zambians are alive. Difficult, yes, but we are alive because of the many interventions that have been put in place. The first one I think of in my mind, if we go to the past, is the fact that we have restructured. We are still restructuring. We had to restructure the debt. Somebody may underplay this, but it is very important to the Zambian people and to all of us. Because if we had not, the Minister of Finance is here, if we had not restructured, I think it is important to know the size of your economy, or just the budget itself. What would we be doing? The Minister will bear with me that we would be spending the entire budget on two items. That is the repayment of debt and only wages for the civil servants. I'm sure the Minister is listening. If I'm misleading, he will correct me. But this is where we could have been, Madam. We would only be managing to repay the debt month by month. And the other one we could manage is the wages of the civil servants. And even with these two, Madam, we would still have a deficit of 4%. To pay the wages, we would have a deficit of 4%. That means nothing else. We would not be talking about the cancer machines. We would not be talking about education. We would not be talking about roads. We would not be talking about schools. We would not be talking about anything. So restructuring, therefore, that we have done is the baseline for us to try and curb the negative situation that we found ourselves in. I am stating facts. It is not only that. In fact, let me take advantage, Madam, because there is a lot of talk of the cost of living. Yes, we agree. But it is like this government is sleeping, doing nothing about the cost of living. This government has done so much, to allow the Zambians to live, at least to survive, if not to live. Because of the many interventions, Honorable Member for Wengwa, that this government has put in place. Colleagues, when you talk about the cost of living, I think it is important, madam, that we hear what they would have done. Because I think they would have gone into some books of things that don't work. When you have a high cost of commodity, when you have high cost of commodity, there are two things you can do. I didn't go to the School of Economics, but I have kitchen table economics, nalumangonomics. Madam, if nobody popularizes it, I do it myself. Honorable, just listen. There are two ways you reduce the cost for the consumer. There are two ways, two main ways in my economics. It's either, we are talking of a cost, that is a price, accountant from Chinsali. It is either you reduce the cost, you say cut the price. I am using ordinary language which a Zambian understands. If this water is 2 kwacha and you want to reduce, because that's what you are saying, how do we reduce the cost of living? So let us put all the food in there, but using this example. That is, I am answering a question. And allow me to answer. If this is 2 kwacha, there are two ways you can do it. If the buyer is saying it is unaffordable, when the buyer says it is unaffordable, and you are a regulator, you are government, you are not the manufacturer, one thing the buyer may say is, can you reduce the price? And you say, yes, we can. But how do you do it? You are not the manufacturer. So one way to reduce the cost is to reduce the price. Listen, I am talking to the Zambians. Now, that is not possible in an economy to just say, reduce the cost of fuel. You just say that, you declare, you pronounce. How do you reduce the cost of fuel, madam, when it is not you who is manufacturing the fuel? So it is impossible. I am giving you my economy. So what you do then, it is not easy, if not impossible, to just declare, reduce now, it was 2 kwacha, it is now 1. Did you make this? So why am I saying this? A lot of goods in the country have a source. The production of that has a cost. And you can't just say stop. Stop bringing expensive fuel. You still need the fuel. You still need this water. And since I'm a concerned government, what I do is what we have done. That is why we have so many interventions. What you do is to empower the buyer with the resource to be able to buy. I don't care about your formulas. I am telling you reality. I have not done your formula, my son from Lunte. No formula, but I'm telling you reality. In the country today, some of you, even though you went to school, you think you can just say reduce. You can't reduce. So this government is empowering the people to have the resources to buy. And therefore, what is it that they have done to empower? 1, job creation. You have to create jobs so that people can get the money to buy that which they need. I feel, may I bring simplicity to the issues? so that anybody understands. So government is aware of certain costs. So, number one, empower people by, there is no point of order, just sit.
Order. Honorable members, we are not here to play, to make jokes. This is a serious session, and the members, order. The members of the public want to hear the answers to these questions. And all we are getting is a lot of chatting from that corner especially. And the people seated there are actually senior members of the House. People expect more from you instead of making noise and making running commentaries. That is not acceptable, honorable members. Let's behave in a dignified manner. This running commentary will not help us at all. Honorable member for Mukushi North, you are standing during Mukushi South, rather. No, it's Mukushi North. South, okay, Mukushi South. Why were you raising up? Why were you rising? You know that this is a session where there are no points of order. It's just to disrupt, and you are a former minister, a senior member of the House. Huh? We expect more from you. Lead by example, honorable member. Huh? Can we have order, please? Huh? May Her Honor the Vice President continue.
Madam Speaker, I bring things for the understanding of the educated, the learned, and anybody, because we are dealing with the cost of living. So what you do is to empower people. You empower them by creating jobs. And we have created jobs, Madam Speaker, plenty of jobs. In as much as government makes the enabling environment, but this government has employed directly, over 80,000 since we came in. Over 80,000 in the different sectors. This is reality. You can go to education, you can go to health, you can go to defense, you can go to security, and the other ministries. You will find that we have employed over 80. But as it is, we have created an environment where jobs are being created in many places. I can give you, whether we like it or not, it's empowerment in the mines. Yes. We have created jobs through mines. The mining industry is growing and is creating jobs. That is true. You come from Luansha? Honestly, you don't know that Shaft 28 has employed people. You come from Mumbwa, you don't know that Kitumba has employed people. You come from Northwestern, you don't know that Super Pit, Lumwana, has created jobs. You come from Northwestern, you don't know that Nickel Mine has created jobs. Or maybe from, is it Kasempa? No, Mufumbwe. You don't know that Karengwa Mine is opening and is creating jobs. Are you not aware that mining has given artisanal licenses to Zambians? Yes, we are working on it together with you to ensure sanity in this field. But that is empowerment to the Zambians so that they can buy the water. It's an example. We have done that. Whether we like it or not, we have reopened and relaunched Mopani. Are there no jobs? Yeah. KCM, are there no jobs? Yeah. KCM, Mopani has paid the contractors that had remained on stones for a long time. And when you pay like that, is that not empowerment? For somebody to buy the water? Honestly, let us be sincere. So much has been done. Councils has been paid by those mines. And when you pay the councils, you understand that there is a trickle down to the individuals that worked. This is how we are tackling the issues. These are interventions. Other than the direct interventions, these jobs I'm talking about have a rip-off effect, because when you pay a contractor, he also pays the workers. It is more money in the economy, not in some people's pockets, but in the economy. Colleagues, where we are doing well, please appreciate and tell us you are right here, maybe we are wrong here. But this economy, we would not be here if we had continued on the trajectory that colleagues left us. The world has become rough. Global issues are rough. The cost of living, you have seen it everywhere, rising. And yet, here in this country, we are holding it. I don't think I can go through all, for example, but we have so much. I think the last Friday I was here, last meeting, Madam, I went through a number of things. Which interventions are tackling the cost of living? Education itself, which is free. Because this would be coming from parents. But government intervenes and pays for our children. Is that not a measure to curb the cost for the one who is supposed to pay? Of course, you have the ones everyone agrees on, social cash transfer, enhanced social cash transfer, to tackle the drought. We now have community cells. Literally, community cells are in your constituencies. It is helping. It is helping, colleagues. I use plain language because I didn't go to school for economics, but I understand what it is. Do you understand that when we empower people, even under CEC, his ministry, do you know that we are tackling the cost of living? Honestly, that would be sorry, is the hypocritical allowed? Yes. Okay, thank you. That would be hypocritical to say you are not tackling the cost of living. When we give people loans for them to grow a little of their companies or their enterprise, I have talked of community cells. In fact, who asked me about corruption? Do you know corruption is very important in curbing the cost of living? Because where there is corruption, it means that everything is in disarray. Even the product becomes unnecessarily expensive, Madam Speaker, when corruption is playing its rounds. We have done so much, so much. I think that Zambians are watching and they have seen the efforts. Now, I even hear somewhere people are saying, this government is so caring. And where is the minister? Under community development, do you know that we are looking after even pregnant mothers? So, imita ufole, get pregnant and get a little. This is what we are doing. A lot, Madam. Maybe I can leave them to ask more questions. But really, this is a topic you can talk about for the whole day, because so much has been done, colleagues. Let us stop misleading people. Bring real issues, especially if you are looking for a vote. You can't go and deceive a person. Do it properly.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Isoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Her Honor the Vice President, good morning and Happy New Year. Her Honor the Vice President, the people of Isoka are asking if government has plans to work on Kombwa mine in Isoka constituency in Kombwa ward, because that will create jobs for our youths. Remember, in Isoka we don't have industries where our youths can work. We are asking government if it has plans to work on Kombwa mine so that my young people in Isoka can work on that mine. That is going to create jobs in Isoka constituency. Her Honor the Vice President. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member for Isoka. Indeed, government has plans to ensure that mines are opened everywhere. You heard me mention many mines. That's why we are doing mining exploration, so that we can tell exactly which minerals are where, and encourage investors. And again, Madam, allow me not to define, but to give a little detail on investor, because the word investor, to some, it is foreign. Investor can be a Zambian, and we are encouraging Zambians to also participate. So all we need is investment and people to come and explore and know exactly what is in Nkomba mine. But government has the intention of even helping you find investors to open Nkomba mine. It is the duty of this government. Where we know people are ready, people are willing, we should work on that. Let us have a conversation with the Minister of Mines. It doesn't have to be government to open. It can be Investor Munduvile to go and open Nkomba mine. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful, Your Honor, the Vice President, that you've actually touched on the question that I wanted to ask, the cost of living. But however, I want to draw you back. In the next few months from now, Zambia will be heading to a general election. And we have heard in some quarters where political opponents are actually encouraging their cadres to actually defend themselves and attack. We saw in the past how most of the Zambian citizens were either brutalized, and some of them are actually moving with their bullets in their bodies. And others were actually killed. So what intervention are you putting up in place in terms of security so that as we head towards the general elections, the Zambian people will still experience the peace that they have enjoyed for the past 5 years? I thank you.
Her Honor the Vice President. Honorable Member for Feira, please, you know that is not allowed. Are you not familiar with our standing orders? A lawyer, we expect more from you. So please don't just shout from there. Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Kabwata, whose concern is actually peace, if I got him right, as we go towards elections. And I think he referred to people moving with boys armed with bullets. Shame. That is a crime, actually. Let such people be brought, report them, so that they are arrested to start with. Because that is not allowed. We have passed that phase, colleagues. The phase of pangas is gone. You cannot bring it back. Zambians are peaceful people. All of us must agree. We differ in ideology. We differ in the way we formulate our policies. We differ in the manner we implement our policies. We differ in the manner we take care of our people. But you cannot go with weapons. That phase is gone. When we came in, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, made it clear that that kind of behavior is not allowed. Called cadarism. It should not be allowed. And I don't expect any one of us to actually support or even encourage that. You don't want confusion in your country. When violence is allowed to go on, honorable members, it doesn't choose. Tomorrow it will be you. If not you, it is your aunt, your brother. And in this country, how can you do that? Because we are not even stuck politically. The same family has the UPND and has also PF and has which other party is here? UQA exists. Eh? Okay. Yeah. I get you. I think you get the principle. Right there, there are some of our relatives here. And here, there are some of your relatives there. Would you be happy to have your own killed? Or injured? Or maimed? No. Your own husband is the other side. Eh? So, Honorable Madam Speaker, that is gone. That should not be allowed. And in fact, Zambians, when you see any politician coming armed, stay away. Zambia is not for conflict. Zambia stands in to resolve conflicts, not to be part of conflicts. We are peaceful people. We have remained peaceful. Even under a difficult period of cadarism, Zambians managed to be resilient. And we have risen above that. That should not be allowed. Now we are able, madam, to have by-elections without reporting bloodshed. It's the same Zambians. Same Zambians. Where there were bloodshed when it was by-election. Same Zambians. So leadership is of critical importance. You are leaders in your own right. Ensure you carry nobody who is carrying a weapon. Let us talk. Let us compete in our ideas, but you don't have to injure anybody. Sitting here cannot be equated to an eye of somebody's child. You should not. It should not be done, Honorable. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, let's tone down. There's a lot of talking both on the left and the right. Please, let's listen to the questions. As I said earlier on, members of the public are watching us. Watching, especially if somebody is holding a position, even more is expected from you. So if you talk, everybody is watching and saying, oh, the ministers are talking, the vice president is answering questions. So what picture are you depicting to the members of the public? The honorable member for Kwacha.
The people of Kwacha are grateful for the opportunity given to ask you a question. Your Honor, good morning. Your Honor, the Vice President. Mine is to find out the refugee status in our country in relation to the Democratic Republic of Congo. We have confirmed the reports of intense fighting in our neighboring country, the DRC. And a lot of Congolese people have actually left the country from areas where there is intense fighting or where war has erupted. Can you give us, Your Honor, a brief summary, if at all we are in receipt of any refugees from our sister country that have come to seek refuge in our country, Zambia? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member for Kwacha, for that question on the status, the refugee status in the country. It is difficult for me to give, for example, figures, Honorable, because the situation is moving, is fluid. So I can't say exactly, but that is true. I am reliably informed that refugees have started coming of this new conflict. Because we have kept refugees forever. We were born with refugees in this country. Colleagues, refugees started coming here right from the Second World War. We have hosted refugees. So we are a host community. Maybe that's why God blesses us with peace, so that we can look after the so many people. That is why we should never have our people run away as refugees. Refugees have started pouring in. The number is increasing. And we as Zambians, hospitable, and we care. We will do what we can to share the little that we have with them. But we continue to pray for peace in those countries so that we are not overwhelmed by the influx of refugees. Yes, we have started receiving refugees, but I can't give the number because, they continue to come in. We will keep them, but we pray the conflicts end in these countries. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shuangando.
Most appreciated, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my question is like a rider to the Honorable Member's question, my colleague from Wengwa. Your Honorable Vice President, I was listening attentively, trying to dissect what you have shared with us in the famous Narumangonomics, and we sympathize with you. And again, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, that's why here we should confront these issues collectively. And I think the desire for my colleague who moved the motion to discuss the cost of living was to have ample time so that we can brainstorm and share ideas on how we can find solutions to the challenges our people are facing. Your Honors, mine will be specific. In agreeing with you that we can't control the cost of products that we don't produce is correct. But we produce the food. We grow the maize. Right now it's rain season. Our farmers should have been tilling the land so that food, including staple food, could be made available in good quantities so that the prices can be managed. And that's why our government had a desire to even leave the milling plants that are now helping cushioning a little bit under the ZNS and Correction Service. Your Honor, what are you doing specifically to cushion our people by ensuring that the staple food, akabwali, shima, is affordable by your citizens, because maize is grown by ourselves and we mill it ourselves. The Honorable Minister told us that by the time we were coming in, the cost of milling was 141 kwacha. The expectation of the people was that that price was going to go down to 50 kwacha. It's not the case anymore. We are now going to 400 kwacha. What are you going to specifically do, Madam Vice President, to cushion your people who are struggling to just have food on the table? I thank you.
Thank you very much. I know we have run out of time, but Her Honor the Vice President will have sufficient time to tackle that question. Then we can close. Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the question, Honorable Member of Shuangando, that you have posed. Except you started by saying you sympathize with us. There is no need for sympathy, that one, no. Because we are comfortable that we are doing as much as we can to try and curb the cost of living. With all that I explained, the Honorable, It is not just about, when you say we produce maize, I think I will say something maybe we haven't put clearly in my understanding. Agriculture is not here. When you say milli meal was costing, did you say 140 when you left? Of course, you found it at 25 when you had come in. That is the way prices are. That's why I talk of my son, Honorable Unte's trousers. There are things you don't just go down. You enable. Basically, that's what I was saying. You enable the buyer to buy. And this is what we are doing. Because if I start, I'll be saying the same things. When you say, what are you doing? Let us see, how did milli meal, for example, go down? Maize is being grown, sir. I hope you have a field of maize, Honorable. And you know how much you grow that maize, that bag of maize. And this has been the issue. When our concentration is on consumption rather than production, that is one reason, Honorable Minister. We never looked at the farmer for a long time. All we said was, and I'll tell you, my Honorable, when you lose 2026, don't be surprised. It is because you are speaking for a person who is sitting here and wants the maize or milli meal to be cheaper, while a person in Kaputa who is producing maize is getting nothing. That is the way we have done it over a long period of time as Zambians. This government decided to add 100 kwacha to a bag of milli meal. So the impact definitely goes to the consumer. But this is why government says, we will help you. Not to reduce the cost, because you don't produce yourselves as buyers, as the consumers. The farmer in Shiwangandu also wants to grow, not to sell their produce for nothing, madam. We are empowering the producer. And the more they produce, then there is the law of supply. Is it supply and demand? That is our thinking. Yes, stability is what we need in the cost of living. And as more product comes on, there will be stability. Like we are talking of bumper harvest, madam, it will bring stability. But to leave a farmer who the former Minister of Agriculture would agree with me, that we gave peanuts to the farmers, but this government has given the farmers. So when the people of Shiwangandu, the farmers, because they are all farmers, literally, they survive on farming. When they choose me against you, they are just being reasonable. Because they understand that we want to empower them. As we help the people, I will not mention, to be able to have food by giving them cash for work, so that they can afford to buy the milli meal. Of course, government has other interventions like correction facility, like ZNS, like which other one? There are three. Correction service, I have mentioned which one. You know, who are also doing milling, like you mentioned, the equipment, so that they cut off the cost of production of milli meal from maize, so that people can at least have something more affordable. We are thinking, colleagues. We are not just sleeping. We are working on how to help our Zambian people, and they generally appreciate. Don't mislead them, because they understand. Thank you.
Thank you. We didn't do so well because there are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We only had 9. honorable members asking questions. I think the issue is opening remarks too long. So in the process, we don't give an opportunity to members to ask, more members to ask. But we learn as we go along. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation to present a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for permitting me a ministerial statement. Madam Speaker, the ministerial statement is on the effects of the 90 days foreign aid suspension by the United States of America from a Zambian perspective or context. Madam Speaker, the government of the United States of America, the USA, on 20th January 2025, through an executive order signed by His Excellency President Donald J. Trump, commenced a 90-day global freeze on aid to foreign partners to re-evaluate and redesign U.S. foreign aid with its foreign policy objectives. The executive order froze all U.S. foreign aid disbursement worldwide pending the outcome of the re-evaluation and realignment process, leading to the suspension of funding for various programs supported by the United States Agency for International Development and other U.S. government-funded initiatives. In order to meet the expectations of the American people, the U.S. government, during the period under review, will decide whether to resume, modify, or terminate assistance. In this regard, on Wednesday, 29 January 2025, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, the Ministry of Finance and National Planning, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Tourism, Bank of Zambia, and other relevant institutions held a meeting with His Excellency Mr. Michael Gonzalez, Ambassador of the United States of America to Zambia, to gather preliminary information on the implications of the new U.S. policies. Madam Speaker, it is worth noting that the United States of America established diplomatic relations with Zambia in 1964 following Zambia's independence and has long been one of Zambia's development partners. Zambia receives approximately $600 million annual aid from the American people, which represents a significant portion of Zambia's external assistance. The USA supports key sectors such as health, agriculture, education, and governance. The support is dispersed through various channels such as the USAID, aforementioned, Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, Department of Defense, Peace Corps, and the Millennium Challenge Corporation. 75% of the total U.S. assistance to Zambia is channeled to the health sector, of which the biggest portion goes towards supporting the country's HIV/AIDS response activities and health commodities. Currently, there are over 16,000 health workers and community health workers remunerated under these health programs. This aid has led to a significant reduction in the maternal mortality rate and an increase in the life expectancy in the country. Madam Speaker, it is important to mention that there was a second order issued by the U.S. State Department to waive the freeze on humanitarian assistance, and this was viewed as a move that was greatly welcomed not only by the Zambian government but by others who equally benefit from the generosity of the people of the United States of America. The waiver covers life-saving medicines and medical services, food, shelter, and humanitarian assistance. This support granted to Zambia through the U.S. Beg pardon, I'll read that again, Madam Speaker. Thus, support granted to Zambia through the U.S. President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, PEPFAR, which was benefiting over 1 million citizens through access to antiretroviral drugs, is likely not to be affected by the initial executive order. From our preliminary analysis, Madam Speaker, we expect that the health sector, in relation to the provision of life-saving medicines and medical services, feeding programs aimed at addressing hunger and malnutrition, will be exempted from the aid freeze. I wish, Madam Speaker, to reiterate and emphasize that initial or preliminary analysis. For sectors not covered by the waiver and benefiting from the U.S. aid, we expect impact of varying degrees. Further, it is premature at this stage to highlight comprehensively the magnitude of the sectoral impact resulting from this freeze, as relevant authorities are yet to determine what that impact might be. Madam Speaker, as a way forward, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, the Ministry of Finance and National Planning, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Tourism, Bank of Zambia, and other relevant stakeholders will continue to monitor the policy re-evaluation and realignment process by the U.S. government in order to implement appropriate interventions and avert detrimental occurrences. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement presented by the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. The Honorable Member for Lubanseshi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and Honorable Minister, thank you for the update. My question on behalf of the good people of Lubanseshi constituency is regarding to the stakeholders or government institutions that you have mentioned, that they are monitoring how things will be done in USA. Then from that point, you are able now to come up with the measures and interventions. Honorable Minister, as you might be aware, that this aid that Zambia has been benefiting from United States of America in terms of wealth and other programs have direct effect to our people. And the President has already indicated, President Donald Trump, that this is the measure that have taken place. My quick question to you, in your thinking and understanding, is it a good approach to wait and monitor, or instead of quickly to take up an action on how you can preserve the lives of the people, especially those who are depending on ARVs and the other medicine? I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to the Honorable Member from Lubanseshi for that very important question. Madam Speaker, in the statement, I do not recall mentioning specifically that we are waiting exclusively. It doesn't mean that when we say we are waiting to see further what the ultimate position will be, that there are no interventions that are being considered by the Zambian government. That would be imprudent. So I'm aware that the Honorable Minister of Finance, for example, is looking at what the possible implications are of this situation that we are faced with and what adjustments might have to be made in order to address them. I think also the Honorable Member may recall that His Excellency the President made a policy pronouncement whilst I believe that was when we were at the African Union Summit, that there is need for not just Zambia, but many of our brothers and sister countries that rely on aid, development aid, to look inward as a continent to finding ways of being more self-sustainable. So from both a short-term and a long-term perspective, government is looking at means and ways of addressing generally the reliance by least developed countries on assistance from others. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me give an opportunity to Honorable Member for Kantanshi, who is joining us virtually. Honorable Member for Kantanshi. Probably as he's getting ready, we can give the opportunity to Honorable Member for Mwense. Honorable Member for Kantanshi, be ready.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Minister, with what you have said, the $600 million as a substantial. Now, obvious going forward, and given the reports that are existing with President Trump being in Washington, obviously global politics and obvious global financing is likely to change. So from ourselves as Zambia, what is it on the assumption that this 600 million is club given to us in terms of the government position, Minister, what is it that they are going to focus on in terms of our domestic resource mobilization? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank the Honourable Member from Mwense for that, again, equally important question. I think it underscores the importance of the subject that we are discussing. Madam Speaker, in my statement, I did mention that it would be premature at this stage, given that the initial assessment period is a 90-day period, for us to make certain assumptions, such as the assumption that the total amount of $600 million will not be available. I also agree to the fact that the bulk of that amount goes towards health services. And as we speak now, there is in place another executive order, well, not an executive order, another order, shall I say, which speaks to ensuring that life-saving monies that are used towards life-saving humanitarian assistance are not scrapped off. So, in short, Madam Speaker, I'll reiterate that at this stage it would be premature to say with any certainty that there is a plan of X, Y, and Z that is in place because it hasn't reached maturity. Suffice to say and repeat perhaps that obviously the Honourable Minister of Finance continues to look at what contingencies need to be put in place, and those would be brought to the people through this House at an appropriate time. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Am I loud and clear?
Yes, but if we can see your face, we are just seeing the top of your head.
I'm actually trying to... I have pressed the video button, but not to waste much of your time, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, thank you so much for your statement. Obviously, it comes at a time when there is a lot of concern, particularly in the health sector, and also the education sector also does receive that kind of support. But we are where we are because the United States of America has decided to make this policy shift. And quite clearly, the statements that are coming out of there has been that the agency that really supports this sort of gesture that we're receiving, the U.S. USAID has been under extreme check in terms of whether what they have been doing represents American values. Now, remember, 80% of our budget now is being raised locally. One would have expected that this opportunity, this unfortunate, obviously change in the policy shift, would have expected government to immediately come up with immediate solutions to curb what might be a possible policy shift, because definitely there will be some effect in terms of what will be coming to Zambia. What maybe would you say out there, especially to those that highly depend on this support in terms of work, in terms of research and all the things that they've been doing? What message would you send as government to them in terms of some of the immediate steps that will be taken? Because if we are going to be, waiting and assuming that there might be a change of heart, we might be preparing ourselves wrongly. So I just wanted to hear what the government is going to do as a response to this would-be and possible continuation of the new foreign policy in as far as what the U.S. is announcing out there. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I hope the Honorable Minister heard the question. Honorable members, as we ask questions, let's be precise to the point so that we get a question, a clear question. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My understanding of the question, and I thank the Honorable Member for Kantanshi as well, really the long and short is the same question that has been asked already by the two previous members, which is what are the fiscal measures that government is putting in place in view of the situation we find ourselves in. Madam Speaker, I think I have belabored to respond to that question on three fronts. First, we cannot work on speculation. This, as we know, currently the facts that we have is that there is a 90-day review. Second, that there is an order in place which speaks to the matter that the Honourable Member has asked about, which is in the health sector, and that it would appear that there would be an exemption. But perhaps to answer the question from a different perspective, government will always and continues to be responsible for the welfare and well-being of its people. And therefore, perhaps the assurance that can be given is that government will look at all measures that can be put in place to avoid a negative impact on the citizenry on account of the policy shift that we have seen. I think that is the fairest, perhaps, answer that I can give at this stage. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Kwacha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, once again for the opportunity given. Honourable Minister, the impact of the withdrawal of aid on all developmental programs cannot obviously be emphasized. I'm looking at the gap that will be created from this withdrawal. And as a government, how do we intend to fill up for this gap that will be created? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's the same question coming in different forms, though. I don't know whether the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm so grateful for the observation from Madam Speaker that it appears to be a similar sort of concern that is repeating itself. And Madam Speaker, it's important for us to maybe, in responding to these questions, also recognize that indeed, as a country, we are aware of the importance of the assistance that has been coming to us from the people of the United States of America. We remain eternally grateful. As mentioned in my ministerial statement, the interventions that they have put over the years have been life-saving in their nature. And therefore, perhaps one of the continued efforts that we'll be making from a diplomatic perspective as well as from the perspective of the other sector ministries is that we'll continue to engage with our counterparts diplomatically from the US to explain the importance of their continued support to the people of Zambia, and the fact that its sudden withdrawal in complete and total terms would have a telling effect on over 1 million people that currently benefit from the aid that is given. So the answer then to this question in particular would be there is need for continued engagement at various levels and including at high level, so that the transition, as it were, is one that is more manageable. And that is something that we are doing and will continue to do. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Chifubu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, Dambisa Moyo, in her book, Dead Aid, has warned African countries against heavy dependence on foreign aid, which include our country, Zambia. Today, we have been found in a very big predicament as a result of this temporary suspension of the aid. My question to you is, what impact does this aid have on the budget, and what are the future measures if the aid is not restored?
Another manner of asking the same question. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful that this ministerial statement gives us an opportunity to discuss matters of general policy, such as that raised by the Honourable Member for Chifubu. I think the Honourable Member has referred to a publication which was very popular in the last decade or so by our very own Dambisa Moyo on, with regard to dead aid, as he referred to it. I would like perhaps to take the perspective, Madam Speaker, in responding to this question, that the Zambian government, under the New Dawn administration, has taken with regard to its relations with foreign nations. And I think this is something that our chief diplomat, the President of the Republic of Zambia, has repeated, that our approach now is one of economic diplomacy. And what does that entail? It entails a steady shift towards strategic partnerships rather than aid. And so perhaps the concern by the Honourable Member for Chifubu would be addressed from that perspective. In fact, I would dare to say, Madam Speaker, that our engagements as a country, and indeed in the wider global community, have shown that there is a shift away from development assistance to partnerships. And the Honourable Member for Chifubu will see that, for example, we have signed very recently in 2023 a strategic comprehensive partnership with one of our key foreign partners, China. We have in place various agreements and documents that enhance our relations with various foreign countries so as to give this country, afford this country an opportunity to have investments flow into the country, and therefore to have financial flows into the country, which ultimately will address the concern that has been raised as to whether we do as Zambia have a particular plan as to how we'll be more self-reliant. I would also venture to mention that at the just ended Africa Union Summit, one of the key discussions was how do we as a continent rely on each other more in terms of trade inflows and investment on the continent. These are perhaps some of the long-term approaches that will see the concerns raised by the Honourable Member for Chifubu addressed ultimately. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Kamfinsa.
Honourable Minister, you have taken note that literally everyone is asking a question that is centered around money and how that financing gap will be resolved. In your response, you are giving assurance that there is no need to panic because we haven't yet reached that stage where there is no money to procure drugs, there is no money to procure supplies for the healthcare. You are giving a picture that there's no need for people to panic. Madam Speaker, the reality is that we have people that are, for instance, utilizing ARVs that are actually panicking. And why MPs are asking, what is the plan? I think the answer they are interested in is not the diplomatic answer of we are engaging, because engaging is engaging. But the fact is that 90 days, Madam Speaker, will elapse. And there's a likelihood that it might be extended. So to avoid reaching that stage, Madam Speaker, where the problem happens, I expected the minister maybe to give us in terms of steps. We will bring, for instance, a supplementary budget where we'll ask this parliament to allocate this emergency fund so that we have a secured position. Minister of Foreign Affairs, do we have in place intention to set aside resources within our budget to sort out this emergency? This is a crisis, Minister. Do we have something that we are doing ourselves instead of waiting for these negotiations to continue? Because clearly, Madam Speaker, there is panic out there. And I think that is the position which these MPs are interested to hear. Madam Speaker, that is my follow-up question.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps the Honourable Member for Kamfinsa did not fully understand, or maybe not the word understand, but hear the response when I said that the Honourable Minister of Finance is looking at contingency measures. I think that's what I meant, essentially, that there must be measures that we'll take ourselves. And the Honourable Minister has the mechanism of having a supplementary budget as and when necessary, when it crystallizes. So if the eventuality does come through, then certainly we will be engaged, as I said earlier, as Parliament, by the Honourable Minister of Finance, by this government, on how we can address this. In the meantime, of course, the numbers are being looked at as to what that will actually entail. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving
Order. As the time is 10:40, I suspend business for 20 minutes for health break.
Our business has been suspended for 20 minutes for that health break, and at the time business was suspended, under consideration is serious statement rendered on the floor of the House by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, and this one is on the effect of the withdrawal of aid by USA government on the aid-supported projects in the country. And at that particular time, it was Lundazi Central Member of Parliament. This is Ms. Brenda Nyirenda, who was about to ask a follow-up question seeking clarity from the Minister. So when business resumes, the member of Lundazi Central will continue asking the question.
So when business resumed, Madam Speaker did make an announcement in which she did recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Andola Trust School in Andola District, and Madam Speaker welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly of Zambia.
She also rendered a ruling, and that ruling was on a point of order raised on Wednesday, 12th February 2025 by Mr. B. Mpundu, Member of Parliament from Kana constituency, against Mr. E. Daka, Member of Parliament from Sanzala constituency, and Mr. B. Mangandu, Member of Parliament for Chama South constituency, Mr. Lubusha, Member of Parliament for Chipangali constituency, and Mr. Jonathan Banda for allegedly crossing the floor by addressing United Party for National Development officials during the 60th February 2025 parliamentary by-election in Petauke. We'll be able to share with you the details of that ruling that was rendered by the Right Honourable Madam Speaker.
Yes, indeed. So Madam Speaker further did make another announcement in which she did inform the House that the Commonwealth Parliamentarians with Disabilities CPWD African Region Zambian branch will host the third Commonwealth Parliamentarians with Disabilities Conference from 24th to 28th February 2025 under the theme Breaking Barriers, Building Inclusive Parliaments for Persons with Disabilities at Ziela Resort in Chongwe District.
So to come is another ministerial statement, and this one will be rendered by the Minister of Water, Development and Sanitation, This one is on the contamination of the Kafue River in Kitwe and Kalulushi district. We still have 3 more questions coming up, and these are questions for oral answer. For now, we'll take a short break. On the other side, just after the next item, we'll let you in on what is expected to be considered on the floor of the House. For now, keep watching Parliament Television.
My full names are Peter Simon Piri, Member of Parliament for Malambo constituency in Malambo. My education background is not as the people may expect. I only went up to grade 12 and did a certificate in business administration. And apparently in 1997, I worked in private sector as a storeman under training, and I also worked in accounts as a clerk. From there, I only actually worked in the private sector for 3 years. So I have little experience in accounts and in stores management. That's all I have as in the working culture. I am married. I got married in 1997. I've got 3 children with my wife, 2 girls and 1 boy. Those are the children I have. And the 2 girls, one is at the University of Zambia. The other one is with Apex University. Actually, she's completing this year. She's doing a pharmacist. And the other one is in grade 12. And I also have another child. He's also doing grade 12. The rest of my children are doing grade 12. My constituency actually is a valley, and the major economic activity in the valley is tourism. And apart from tourism, there is also farming is one major activity that our people do in my constituency. Apparently, we are trying to do a shift from depending on tourism to other sectors which our people can run. With the coming of CDF, there's a lot that we want to explore as a constituency. We want to make sure that people can stand on their own other than depending on the formal employment that they get from these private sectors. And security, especially in terms of these private sectors, there's no much security that you may get in employment. You'd find that these lodges, the tour operators may close the camp, and those people, they remain vulnerable. So we want also to sensitize our people that they can stand on their own using the CDF fund that has been brought to us. As you may be aware, there is a component of grants. Although we have noticed the trend that is happening in the grants, that when you give people, women or the young ones, the youth, they are sharing that money instead of investing that money into the activity that they propose on the forms that they present to the council. Upon receiving the money, some of them are just ending up sharing that money. So in this case, we want to urge our people to be focused, because that is part of government program that is being put forward, that we help the unemployed so that they can sustain themselves other than waiting for the government to employ them. And I would want to make a mention that government cannot employ everyone. Government has got its own budget to recruit people. Now, our government, through the able leadership of the President Hakainde Hichilema, introduced the huge sum of money in each constituency, in 156 constituencies, which is 28.3 million where it's sitting. So we want our people to take advantage of this CDF money through the loans and the grants. Because the good part of a grant is you don't pay it back, but you'll have the council to come and just monitor and supervise and advise on how you can run the projects that you have. The development agenda in Malambo, I will tell you, we've been lagging behind in Malambo. We have had many MPs in the past, but we haven't seen much coming from the past successful governments that have been there. Now, with the coming of this CDF, my agenda for Malambo constituency is to make sure that we have enough water points in the area, not the hand pump boreholes. We want now to put reticulated water. We put up a stand, we put a tank and everything so that we can run water in long distances and decongest a borehole. This is the more reason why you find that we have kept on maintaining the same boreholes that were drilled even in the previous governments. It's because it's congested in one area. But if you put a reticulated system, you'd find that there will be so many points where people will be drawing water from. So it will be a lasting one. And more to say is that we have enough sunlight, which God gave us. So we'll be using the solar pumps. They are all over now, from China, from the UK, from wherever. So it's up to us to pick the most durable ones that we can use in those boreholes. And again, as I'm speaking today, I'm expecting to receive earth-moving machines that are coming from here, Lusaka. We procured using CDF because we've seen, being in the valley, we experience floods in most instances. So we need to keep on maintaining our roads. The roads are terrible. It's very difficult for our farmers actually to transport their produce when they harvest because of the bad terrains and the roads. So what we have done now, we have procured this, and we want to make sure that we have the all-weather roads in around the area. You will see it. It will be happening very soon. Once these machines are in Malambo, we'll actually call the people to come and receive their equipment, because it's not my equipment, it's the equipment for the people, because it will be doing the work for our people. And we want to urge the people through the councils that we should look after these machines jealously, and we are not going to allow the council to start hiring them outside the district. Each constituency has got a 28.3 million kwacha. So why should we have people from Chipata getting our equipment? So we are not going to allow that. Within the district, as long as it's related with works to be done in our area, we will allow that one. Any social development towards our area, we will allow that one to happen. So this is the more reason why we are very happy as the New Dawn government that the President of the Republic of Zambia enhanced this CDF to that level. We are very happy. As I am speaking today, we have given the youth, they are making about 1,900 desks that are going into the schools, various schools that have no desks. So we have made sure that these desks go to the respective schools that have no desks. And as we sit in the next CDF meeting, we want to also budget for 9,000 desks, because the President has given a directive that by the end of 2023, no child should sit on the floor. And it's quite disheartening. You can imagine during this season, it's very cold, and you find a child sitting on the floor. I was in my constituency a week ago. I went to one of the schools. It's a nice school built, a 1x2. There was absolutely no desk, not even a teacher's table and a chair. There was nothing. So I was very sad, because we had free education during the time of Kaunda. I also benefited from that. Of course, we were sitting on the desks, and we want to make sure that our children, for them to learn well, they must have the proper desks and learning space also. We are also constructing schools. Apparently, as I'm speaking here, we are building a 1x3 classroom block from the same CDF 2022, which will be handed over probably by the end of this month. it will be handed over. It's a school which was upgraded by our colleagues in the PAF in 2018, and nothing was done. There was nothing. And with the coming of this government, we said you cannot just upgrade the school without structures. So we said that is the first thing we are going to do, and we have given them a 1x3 classroom block. And this classroom block, as we hand it over, we want it to be fully furnished, meaning it must have the desks, it must have everything, and then we hand it over to the school so that our children can learn from there. You know, as the people say, or the English say, education is a better equalizer, and it is true. And that is the more reason why you find all of us sitting in that house discussing national matters. It's as a result of the education, and that's the more reason why the president thought of reintroducing the free education, so that every child from very rural areas and any other place can acquire this education. Let's look after the properties that government is procuring, more especially the desks that are being manufactured by our own people in the constituencies, the structures that are being built using their money. It's not our money, it's their money, taxpayers' money that is coming to their constituencies. I want to urge them to guard them jealously, that no vandal should come to destroy those properties that we are putting up as a community in that area.
My name's Henry Skazwe, or Honorable Henry Skazwe. I'm a family man. I have 3 children, and my constituency is called Senga Hill. That is in the northern province. I was born in 1973 in Copperbelt, in Kitwe. I hold a degree in administration. Also, I'm a evaluator. Before I joined politics, I was a businessman in real estate. I've been in business for the past 30 years until 2021, when I attempted to join politics. That was my first attempt. I never dreamed that one day I'll be an MP. In 2021, I applied under UPND in the Senga constituency, and I managed to, scoop the seat. Talking about our district briefly, our constituency, Senga Hill, it's about 910 kilometers from the capital city of Lusaka, and it's in the middle of Mbala and Kasama. We are about 180,000 people in that constituency, and the constituency is very vast. Actually, we are even demanding for delimitation because, it's borders with Nakonde. Other side it's in Mpulungu, then Lunte, Mpolokoso the other side, so it's in the middle. So it's a vast constituency, but our people are now enjoying the benefits of having a local MP like myself. We are #1 producer of beans in that area. We feed the whole nation and the rest of the other countries. And we are just encouraging our people that they can farm more, because now we are bringing the market closer to the people. What we have done in the next one.
Good morning, Parliamentary Television. Business is yet to resume at 11 hours, and at the time business was suspended. Runda's Member of Parliament, Ms. Brenda Nyarenda, was about to make a follow-up question following the ministerial statement which was rendered by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation on the effect of the withdrawal of aid by the USA government on the aid supported project in the country.
We still have another ministerial statement that is yet to be delivered on the floor of the House by the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, and this one is on the contamination of the Kafue River in Kitwe and Kalulushi districts. We have three questions yet to be considered on the floor of the House. One is under Standing Order 82. There's a question for oral answer to come from Mr. Mutare, remember, Chitambo, Member of Parliament, is directing his question to the Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts. He wants to find out what caused the damage to the roof on the northern wing of the National Hero Stadium in Lusaka district and what urgent measures are being taken to avert further damage to the property due to rains.
Mr. Wesley Kolara will ask question 214, understanding order 80, to the Minister of Finance and National Planning, what measures the government is taking to reduce the cost of borrowing from commercial banks.
The other question is question 215, which will come from Kamfinsa Member of Parliament, Mr. Christopher Kangombe. Is directing his question to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. The member wants to find out whether the government has finalized the formulation of the 10-year road sector master plan, and if so, whether the following roads in Kamfinsa Parliamentary Constituents are part of the plan: Kamfinsa Correctional Facility, Ndola Mufulira Road Junction, Ndeke Village, Ndeke Presidential, Zamtan and Cemetery.
Madam Speaker.
Saying with us, we don't seem to have a quorum in the House. It is a requirement that 1/3 of the total number of members of Parliament be present in the House for any business to be considered on the floor of the House. Joe, we're talking about question 215, which will come from Kalulushi Member of Parliament.
Yes, question 215% is expected to come from Mr. Christopher Kangombe, Kamfinsa Member of Parliament, to ask the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development in A, whether the government has finalized the formulation of the 10-year road sector master plan, and B, if so, whether the following roads in Kamfinsa Parliamentary Constituency are part of the plan, and these as follows: Kamfinsa Correctional Facility, Ndola Mufulira Road Junction, Ndeke Village, Ndeke Presidential, Zamtan Cemetery, Mukuva Natwange, Old Natwange, Katokamena, Kakolo Farm Block, and the Township Roads in Old New Ndeke.
So those are the three questions that are expected to be considered on the floor of the House. Remember, at the time business was suspended for the 20 minutes health break, the House was considering a ministerial statement rendered of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation on the effect of the withdrawal of aid by the USA government on the aid-supported projects in the country. And at that time, it was Lundazi Central Member of Parliament, this is Ms. Brenda Nyurenda, who was about to ask a follow-up question seeking clarity from the Minister. So once the quorum is constituted, and the House will continue considering that ministerial statement, and Lundazi Member of Parliament will be given an opportunity to make a follow-up question. So the bells are ringing, and members of Parliament are getting back from their 20 minutes break for business to continue. Let's also look at the yet to be considered ministerial statement, Joe.
Yes, indeed. So we expect the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation to render a ministerial statement on the contamination of the Kafue River in Kitwe and Kalulushi districts.
As we speak, the committee as well, the Committee on Local Government Accounts, is sitting and receiving deliberations from various local authorities. As we speak, they are receiving submissions from Chiwombo Town Council. Later in the afternoon, we expect Lunga and Mwansawombwe to appear before this committee, and Parliament Television will be able to cross over to that committee once the House adjourns, if they will still be sitting by then. Shortly, we'll have the quorum, and the House will resume considering Ministerial statement rendered on the floor of the House by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation on the effect of the withdrawal of aid by the USA government on the aid-supported projects in the country. And Lundazi Central Member of Parliament was making a follow-up question. At the time, business was suspended for that health break. So once the quorum is constituted, remember it's 1/3 of the total number of members of Parliament required for any business to be considered on the floor of the House.
We still have 3 more questions to be considered. One urgent question, understanding order 82, and 2 ordinary questions understanding order 80.
So for now, we'll leave you with live pictures. It seems like any time from now, we'll have a quorum constituted and the bells will stop ringing and business will resume. So remember, 3 questions yet to be considered on the floor of the House. One will come from Lufu, Member of Parliament, Mr. Kolala. The other one from Mr. Christopher Kangombe, Kamfinsa, Member of Parliament. And we expect the question of urgent nature, understanding order 82. This is question 213, which will come from Mr. Remember Mutale, who is Chitambo Member of Parliament. We do have a quorum now. We cross over to the First Deputy Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order. When business was suspended, the House was considering the ministerial statement presented by the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, and the Honorable Member for Lundazi was about to ask a question on a point of clarification. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving us a chance to make a follow-up question. Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, you had indicated that we are waiting for either modification, a review, or termination. Definitely not hoping for the West, where a termination is conducted, but just in case of a review. The question that I have for you is that this aid that we receive as Zambians comes from taxpayers' money. On the other side, we see that your counterpart gives an SI to say that taxes on minerals, the 15% which they are supposed to pay, has been cancelled. Now, the question which I have for you, with this challenge that we are already facing, Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs, would we be right to be taking on the issue of relieving our 15% tax which we get from minerals, and yet we are already faced with a dire situation? What is your government doing by relieving taxes from minerals, and yet we already have this predicament which requires a serious attention from your government? I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for Lundazi for completely going outside the context of the ministerial statement by talking about domestic taxes. Quite all right, the issue that maybe the Honorable Member has alluded to in relation to this coming from taxpayers' money is indeed from the people of America, the U.S. Brothers and sisters whose taxpayers' tax that they pay comes to aid us. But, Madam Speaker, with due respect to the Honourable Member, to go now into the realm of our domestic taxes is going outside of the scope of the ministerial statement. That being said, I think it's presumptive that the Honourable Member for Lundazi should assume that the statutory instrument issued by the Honourable Minister of Finance will have a negative impact on our fiscal space. The reason that the Honourable Minister for Finance takes certain measures is in the best interest of our fiscal space, as it were, in the best interest of ensuring that we make the most out of what we have in terms of resource endowment. For example, one of the consequences of the waiver of tax, in my layman's understanding, is that it is aimed at encouraging the manufacturing sector to grow. And as the manufacturing sector grows, it increases your tax base, and therefore you draw more revenues. So, Madam Speaker, it is very, very premature or assumptive for us to make these submissions speaking as though the measure taken by the Honourable Minister of Finance will have a negative consequence, when in fact the contrary is true. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Feira.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to also extend my gratitude to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation for that statement. Madam Speaker, as a continent and as a country, we have dealt with the issue of donor aid, which we call development assistance. This aid also comes with a lot of conditions, and I think that the decision through the executive order by President Trump is a wake-up call. Now, in the same vein, my colleague sorry, Madam Speaker, let me just build up my case. Honourable Member of Parliament for Chifu referred to the book by Dambisa Moyo, which is very paramount. And I just wonder if we read these books, particularly the Ministry of Finance. Now, the issue raised, in connection with that, the issue raised by the Honourable Member for Lundazi in collecting taxes is actually the alternative, and that was the issue. But my question really, looking at this issue from the point of view of neo-colonial imperialistic principles internationally, which I hope we do understand, the issue of aid has been used to actually enslave our countries, to forget that we are rich, we have minerals, and instead we go with a begging bowl. And these are the issues we've been discussing. Now, what I want to find out from the Minister, because I would have loved the Minister of Finance to be the one presenting this statement, but from the foreign policy point of view, do we understand that this issue, we're not supposed to be here talking about aid going away or not. We are supposed to look at how we can, win ourselves off from this slavery and look at local resources. I think that is a concept that we are discussing today. So what is your comment, Honourable Minister? And thank you. In fact, the Honourable Minister is a very good friend of mine. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before the Honourable Minister comes in, Honourable Members, we are now moving away from the ministerial statement. The ministerial statement is very clear. It's looking at the effect of the withdrawal of aid by the USA government on the aid-supported projects in the country. Now we are going all over. Can we come back to the ministerial statement? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member of Feira for the very long statement before the question. Madam Speaker, indeed, as you have observed, we have gone into theory in regard to what the Honourable Member refers to as neo-colonialism and imperialist approaches, which, Madam Speaker, perhaps the views of the Honourable Member, which, of course, as government, we do not subscribe to. Suffice to say that I recall that perhaps at the same period that the Honourable Member was at the University of Zambia. These are some of the concepts that we addressed and spoke to. That must have been, what, 21, 22, 23, maybe even 30 years ago. I wonder whether they are still relevant in today's global village. I wonder, Madam Speaker, whether we can talk about the concept of imperialism in the manner put forward by the Honourable Member, when we ourselves as the New Dawn government have clearly shown that our path is that of economic diplomacy, a completely different concept, which speaks to strategic partnerships rather than the imperialist concepts of 30 years ago that the Honourable Member wants to bring to the floor of the House. Suffice to say that he is entitled, of course, to bring that sort of argument to this floor. But the people of Zambia, of course, appreciate that when we go out there, under the New Dawn administration, we go for strategic partnerships in which we are treated as equal partners for the benefit of the peoples of the two countries that are participating in that engagement. That talk of neocolonialism perhaps applied in the past governments who were not able to do anything about the situation of aid in any event, but now want to speak as though they have a solution. Well, quite clearly, the New Dawn government is what is bringing the solution on the table. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kanyama.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity that you have given me to add a word. Others, mine is not a question per se, but just a comment, in what is happening in relation to the subject matter. It's important at times to take, drastic measures to attend to certain situations. I'll give an example. When New Dawn came on board, I think we just declared that no tantamen. People were used to tantamen, but this time around people are using
What is tantamen, Honourable Member?
lining up for handouts for money. So now that has come to pass, and like I said, it's important at times to come up with just measures that will alleviate a situation. Zambia has been, I would say, born for the past 60 years, but we've been keeping on depending on people, and this has come at the right time when in fact, the country needs it. I would want to thank Trump for that drastic measure that he has put, so that we can stand on our 2 feet, of which we are even capable of standing on our 2 feet. What if today you just hear America is no more, it's gone?
You can
where do we get our support? So for me, once again, I would want to thank Trump for having come up with this drastic measure so that we can stand on our own. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, any reaction to the comment?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think what the Honourable Member is trying to put across, though I didn't quite catch a question, is that there is a silver lining to every cloud. Madam Speaker, indeed, from a policy perspective, even before the United States government took this measure and the change of policy, already the New Dawn administration had started to push towards making this, our republic, more sustainable, in growing the economy, and the steps that have been taken are clear for everyone to see in terms of the revitalization of the mining sector, in terms of bringing some of these revenue-generating enterprises that had died not too long ago back to life. And these are the efforts that actually will result in our being more self-sustaining. Madam Speaker, from a foreign affairs perspective, the continual engagement with like-minded countries across the globe from a renewed and fresh perspective gives hope to the people of Zambia, because when the chief marketer goes out there, he does not go to party after party, as has been the situation in the past, but to work and do more work and bring benefit for the people of Zambia. So from that perspective, I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Our time is up for that ministerial statement. We make progress. I have also permitted the Honourable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation to present a ministerial statement. The Honourable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you most sincerely for giving me this opportunity to address the House and the nation at large on the urgent matter without notice raised by Honorable Kangombe, Kamfisa Member of Parliament, on the reported contamination of the Mwambashi and Kafue rivers, which has affected quality water supply to Kitwe and Kalulushi towns. Madam Speaker, on Tuesday, 18 February 2025, WAMA and jointly with ZEMA received reports of pollution of the Mwambashi River by Sinometals Lich Zambia Limited. The ministry immediately dispatched a team to assess the reported pollution and discovered that this pollution was due to a failure of the tailings containment facility TD15F that resulted in the release of acidic effluent with heavy metal content into the Mwambashi River, which is a tributary of the Kafue River. The discharged material consists of about 75% of leach residue from the tailings leach plant, which is mostly acidic material after copper extraction. This has affected water supply to the people of Kalulushi and Kitwe. Further, this incident has caused damage to maize and groundnut fields for local communities and has also killed fish in these rivers. Madam Speaker, on 19th February 2025, this discharge of leach residue from the tailings dam was controlled by repairing the dam wall using waste rock and laterite. Madam Speaker, it must be noted that Sinometals operates an open pit mine, the concentrator plant, an overburden dump, a waste rock dump, a tailing storage dams, and solvent extraction and electro-winding plant, as well as a copper leaching plant. The company holds 2 water permits with WAMA, with permit number 78169 for dewatering a volume of about 4,000 meter cubed per day of groundwater from the mine pits, and permit number 78170 for reusing of 600 meter cubed per day of dewatered water for industrial processes, that's processed water. Madam Speaker, preliminary assessments indicated that the pollution incident had caused the pH in the Mwambashi River, as measured at Sabina Bridge, to drop to as low as 1, whilst at Ganaton treatment plant, the pH dropped to about 3. The Kafue River pH dropped to about 6. These measurements, particularly on the Mwambashi River, indicated that the quality of water had deteriorated significantly and was well below acceptable standards for human consumption. Madam Speaker, this led to the ministry directing Kana Water Supply and Sanitation Company to immediately shut down the supply of water to the district and institute relevant measures in order to protect the lives of our people. Madam Speaker, what are the sanctions for such actions? It is important to note that Section 47(2) of the Water Resources Management Act, number 21 of 2011, has mandated WAMA to monitor the resource quality and control the pollution of any water source. Further, this House may wish to note that Section 48 of the WAMA Act, number 21 of 2011, has made direct or indirect discharge of any organic or inorganic pollutant into any water body a strict liability offense, and offenders are punishable by law with a fine not exceeding 100,000 penny units or 1 year imprisonment or both. WAMA's role in abating pollution of water sources is complemented by provisions of Section 32 of the Environmental Management Act, number 12 of 2011, which provides that a person shall not, without a license, discharge, cause or permit the discharge of a contaminant or pollutant into the environment if that discharge causes or is likely to cause an adverse effect. The EMA has provided that offences of this nature shall attract upon conviction a fine not exceeding 700,000 penalty units or imprisonment of a period not exceeding 7 years or both. Madam Speaker, government understands the gravity of this situation and assures the public that the health and safety of its citizens remains a priority. ZEMA, WAMA, Kana Water and Supply and Sanitation, and Sinometals have been conducting hourly sampling and testing of raw water to monitor key parameters such as pH and total dissolved solids. These tests have been conducted at 3 strategic locations, namely Sabina Bridge on the Mwambashi River, Ganaton Water Treatment Plant along the Mwambashi River, and Bulangililo Water Treatment Plant along the Kafue River. Madam Speaker, immediate measures have been instituted to ensure that our people continue supplying quality water, and these include shutting down the Sinometals plant immediately, immediate repairing of the tailings dam to stop further discharge of effluent, and containment of effluent discharge from the Shared Pollution Control Dam TD6. 3. Immediate stoppage of abstraction of raw water from the Mwambashi River by Nkana Water and Sewerage Company. 4. We have since launched an awareness campaign to inform the public about the pollution disaster and the consequences of consuming the polluted water or eating the contaminated fish. 5. Continuous application of lime to neutralize the acidity in the water. So far, more than 600 tons of lime has been applied and the pH levels are beginning to rise steadily. 6. Continuous water quality monitoring by a multi-sectoral team consisting of WAMA, ZEMA, Mine Safety Department, Ministries of Livestock and Fisheries, Kana Water and Sewerage Company, Sinometals Environmental Team, and other mining entities in close proximity like Mopani and KCM. Continuous monitoring of the disaster by the Mine Safety Department, ZEMA, WAMA, Sinometals, and the Sinometals Environment Unit. 8. We've since demanded stockpiling of lime, and we've been assured that current stocks now lie at 1,500 tons. Assessment of damage to crops and the surrounding areas in the community for the sake of compensation. 10. Provision of water by way of water bowsers to strategic institutions like health facilities and low-income areas. Madam Speaker, I hereby make an earnest appeal to other mining entities, other companies, or other well-wishers to come on board and help Sinometals, and in the end help the government of the Republic of Zambia and the people of Zambia to clean up this mess so that our people can start receiving quality water supply. Madam Speaker, a combined team of experts from WAMA, ZEMA, Mine Safety Department, Kana Water and Sanitation is currently on site taking hourly samples of water in the affected areas for testing. Based on the results of the tests, the team of experts will be able to estimate how long the pollution will be cleared in the water body. I would like to caution members of the general public on the Copper Belt that fish that has died on the 2 affected rivers is not safe for human consumption. Therefore, they must exercise maximum restraint. Lastly, Madam Speaker, let me assure members of the public that government will ensure that adequate compensation is made to the affected people. Further, government will ensure that Sinometals is not only sanctioned according to the existing legal provisions, but that it cleans up the polluted rivers. Further, the Zambian public is assured that the government of the Republic of Zambia, headed by President Hakainde Hichilema, will make every effort to ensure that the public receives quality water supply urgently. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement presented by the Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation. The Honorable Member for Chirubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving people of Chirubi to ask a question for clarification to the Minister. The Minister did indicate, Madam Speaker, that I have forgotten my chemistry, but I'll try my best. He did indicate that, according to him, the water value, the pH value has fallen by 3 in some cases, and I think in some cases by 4, meaning that on the pH scale, we all know that quality water is around 7 there. And what is used mainly is the hydrogen ion to measure that. He has talked about the issue of water turbidity, that it is established that water has been polluted. And from his statement, if the pH value has fallen by 3, I would guess that water has become more acidic as opposed to alkaline the other side. Given that position, Madam Speaker, I would like to believe that water has been polluted, and the people who have polluted the water are known. The EMA Act.
What is the question?
I'm asking the question, Madam Speaker, now. The EMA Act talks about a principle of the polluter pays. The polluter pays principle. It's in the EMA Act. And this means, Madam Speaker, that those who have polluted Kafue should pay. I did
What
not
is
get
the question?
Yes, I did not get anywhere where the minister said that they have paid. He described the penalties. When are they paying for polluting Kafue? Since the EMA Act talks about the polluter pays principle, I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member of Chilubi has attempted to educate us on this chemistry, but let me put it straight as a senior engineer. In chemistry, Madam Speaker, pH also referred to as acidicity or basicity, denotes potential of hydrogen as measured on a logarithmic scale. pH, can you listen quickly and you take notes so that we are on the same level? So this is basically a concentration of hydrogen or hydroxic ions. So the measure is from 0 to 14, with 7 being neutral. Anything less than 7 is acidic. Anything more than 7, basicity or alkalinity. So that we start moving together quickly. Now, looking at where we are, the most important thing we have to do is to ensure that we neutralize that acidity in the water, because acceptable levels are about 7. Indeed, as you correctly said, the Honourable Member of Parliament, a drop to 1, to 2, to 3 is highly acidic, and not fit for human consumption. The measures which have been put in place, I think I also clearly stated that the first thing we needed to do was to stop leakage from that breach, repair the leakage with waste rock and laterite, ensure that the secondary dump is also repaired, because that's where the waste moved from. That's TD6 to Mwambashi and then Kafue rivers. This is the work which is currently going on. We are working very closely with the same polluter as ZEMA, as you correctly said, because of the EMA Act, WAMA, as you correctly said, because of the WAMA Act. Both acts are punitive. However, we want, in fact, where you are going, Chief Member of Parliament, is the correct position. You recall that just last week I came on the floor of this House to lament about the small charges, because when you have pollution of this high magnitude, obviously you need high penalties. However, that same principle, polluter pays, is being applied right now. Cyanometals will be required to clean the Mwambashi River, to clean the Kafue River, to compensate for the losses. I'm sure you've seen that acid has destroyed people's crops. Right now, a multi-sectoral approach has been instituted. The Ministry of Green Economy and Environment, the Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Mines, the Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock, all local government, all working together. The first priority is to ensure that we treat that water so that Kana water can start abstracting that raw water to Kitwe and Kalulushi. It's a dire situation, and it's a situation which government is looking at critically. Government is doing everything possible to ensure that we contain this situation. We believe that we'll manage the situation quickly, and the people of Nkana, the people of Kitwe, the people of Kalulushi will again start receiving quality water. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kalulushi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, the disaster actually happened in my constituency, and the damage is not from TD6 but TD15F. Minister, I have a huge problem with Zema, and I have a huge problem with the mine inspectors. You are talking about a multi-sectoral approach which has not been done. Because year in, year out, we have Zema inspectors, the mining inspectors, inspecting these mines. But then it is only evident and spoken about when there is a disaster. This should bring a lot of worry to you as a minister. Where were your inspectors? Because if indeed they are using government taxpayers' money to inspect these mines, we would not have had this disaster. Minister, we have over 200 farmers who have gotten loans from Ministry of Agriculture, who got fertilizer from your government, and their fields are a disaster. This is looming hunger. Minister, in this constituency, we have a very big issue with Zema.
The Honorable Member for Kalulushi, please summarize your question so that it doesn't turn out to be a debate.
Thank you, I will, Madam Speaker. I just want to put him to light because this disaster is in my constituency, and I want to help the minister and show him that his officers are not working. Because if indeed your officers, both from mines and Zema, were on the ground, the disaster would not have happened. These are mines that are going scot-free without any tax, and they are busy polluting our environment. It is just not the wastage of crop, Minister, but also the degradation of the soil, which is going to cost the people of Kalulushi for the years to come. The compensation even last year was about 1,800
The Honorable Member for Kalulushi,
Minister, maybe I will put it this way. Minister, you spoke about compensation. The compensation which our people are being given usually ranges from 1,800 to 2,000. You and I know, and you're a senior engineer, that this disaster is just not on top here. It has destroyed their crops, it has destroyed the soil, it has destroyed the environment. What kind of compensation are you going to give them that will be different than the usual compensation of 1,800 to 2,000 kwacha, which has been given? It was given even last year. So my question, Minister, is that are your inspectors really doing a good job? Do we really have inspectors? Because if we did have inspectors, we would not be waiting for a calamity like this. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, I don't know which question you are going to...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I got the questions correctly, and I want to answer them. TD15F, TD6. I think you need to check your data quickly. Both have affected the situation. Zema. Madam Speaker, we need to start reminding the former ministers of what used to happen in the past. I was Minister of Green Economy and Environment myself. I was Minister of Green Economy and Environment. You will recall that in the initial times when the UPND came into government, there were certain mining entities where Zema was not even allowed to go. They were not allowed to go.
The Honorable Minister will continue.
Manganese mining entities in Mukushi and Serenji. They were not allowed to go. Zema right now, I'll speak with authority, and you should be moving with times and seeing what we are doing. Because we have not only empowered Zema, we have not only made it independent, but we have empowered it with the law. Zema right now is a respected institution, not the way it was. Zema was almost useless. Zema is a respected institution, whether you like it or not. The law now enables Zema to ensure that environmental protection is upped in this country. And I speak with authority. Where we are now,
The Honorable
Zema,
Member, order, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member for Kalurushi, you asked a question. I've given the floor to the Honorable Minister to answer the question, but before he could even finish, there's a point of order. Can we allow the Honorable Minister to respond? The Honorable Minister, you may continue with the response.
as I was saying, Madam Speaker, before I was rudely interrupted, I was saying, Madam Speaker, issues of compensation. Madam Speaker, there is a science behind the compensation. There is a thought process towards determining the amount of money you will pay somebody affected. I clearly say that a multi-sectoral approach has already been instituted. The Minister of Agriculture right now is on site assessing damage to crops. The Minister of Fisheries is on site. The Minister of Green Economy is on site. The Minister of Water Development is on site. So those values will be determined and adequate compensation paid to the people. These are also done according to the law. So let's wait. Our people must be assured that they will be compensated for any damage. Madam Speaker, this government will do everything possible to mitigate the suffering of its people. Now, we are not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere. We are here to stay until 2090. We are not going anywhere. No government which delivers on its mandate can be voted out. No government. And this government is here to stay because the people of Zambia have accepted what we are doing. Madam Speaker, what happened was structural failure of the tailings dam. It's structural failure. That structural failure led to the breach, obviously, of that dam, enabling so much waste to gush out. This is not a normal situation. It's failure. So if there's failure, what we should be concentrating on now is to mitigate the suffering of our people. All of us. Actually, I want to appeal to the Kalurushi Member of Parliament to help us. Yes.
The Honorable Member for Kalurushi, please don't debate while seated.
The Member of Parliament for Kalurushi, we request you to help us in telling our people to be cautious, to telling our people not to eat that contaminated fish, to tell our people that government is doing everything possible to mitigate their suffering. I think that's my appeal to the Member of Parliament for Kalurushi. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kanfinsa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister responsible for water. When I raised this particular question yesterday, Madam Speaker, it was as a result of the impact that this particular pollution has had on the issue of access to water. I was expecting today, Honorable Minister, that you will deal with the issue of interventions that have been put in place to provide access to water, because the measures you've explained are measures that are dealing with the actual contamination where the tailing dams are located. Madam Speaker, there are schools where children have to go. There are health facilities in all these constituencies that are affected. As government is doing all these steps, the measures you are taking, the lime that you are offloading, there are schools where children have to report. There are health facilities that need water. The issue of the water bowser, which has been referred to, Madam Speaker, does not provide an adequate solution. So, Minister, my question to you has to do with access to water to ensure that life continues for our people. Are we saying we're going to fold our arms until the pH levels goes to the correct level, or there's something that we can do to ensure that people have access to water? Madam Speaker, that is my follow-up question, and I thank you.
Thank you. Before the Honorable Minister comes on the floor, the Honorable Member for Lunte, what is your point of order?
Madam, thank you very much for according me this point of order on the Honorable Minister who is on the floor of the House. Madam Speaker, I do not know whether the Minister knows that the contamination of water is happening now. The people are drinking contaminated water now. The fish is dying now. For him to start preferring to refer the Honourable Member of Parliament for Kalulushi to what he thinks used to happen in the past. Madam Speaker, does he know how people are getting frustrated with that kind of approach? As of now, Zema, which he says is a respected company or a respected institution, has been sued by that avocado mine in Karulushi. How, since when did Zema ever get sued by a company, by a regulator being sued by a company which is a violator? Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, relevance of speech is contained on Standing Order number 71. Is a minister in order to make reference to the credibility of an institution that has been sued, even though everybody knows it's correct. I say serious worrying, Madam.
The Honourable Member for Lunte, you've debated your point of order. You debated what went wrong, what the minister should do. It wasn't brief according to the criteria for points of order. And moreover, the Honourable Member for Lunte, the ministerial statement, the clarifications are still on the floor. You should have raised the question instead of going through a point of order. The Honourable Minister would have responded to you. So let's not maybe pick wrong ways of maybe hitting back to the Minister when there's still room for you to be given a chance just to interact with the Honourable Minister. So that point of order is not admissible because you adequately debated it. We make progress. The Honourable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, you can respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, indeed, let's encourage people to ask questions. I know these are scientific questions, they are not accounting questions, so there may be a bit of shortcoming somewhere. It's not relevance of speech, actually it may be relevance of questions. Madam Speaker, to now answer the question posed by fellow engineer Kangombe, the answer is on number 10. We have said provision of water by way of 4-number water bowsers to strategic institutions like health facilities and low-income areas. Number 11, I also made an appeal to other mining companies and other companies to come on board and help Sino Metals and government clean up the water. I agree with you, Engineer Kangombe, that these measures may not be adequate. That's why we are appealing for more assistance. Indeed, we believe that the total solution or the adequate solution may come in restoring the uptake of that water from the Mwambashi and the Kafue rivers, because that's where most of the water which will be drawn by Nkana water will come from. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Kwacha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given. Now, Honourable Minister, the contamination in Kafue River of its water, has obviously brought devastating consequences, where we have seen the supply of water being disrupted, thereby shutting down production in many factories. Schools, as we speak right now, some have closed down, and the taps in many households have actually gone dry. And we've seen the environment also in Kafue River, where the fish has actually died in large numbers, all because of one mining company that contaminated the water. I would like to find out, Honorable Minister, how long do we anticipate the environment in Kafue River to actually be restored, so that the residents, especially in Kitwe and Kalulushi, who are very much affected, can have confidence restored, so to use the river for any economic ventures. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, that's a very, very important question, and I was checking this morning with WAMA and ZEMA, as well as Kana Water and Water Supply and Sanitation Company, and the figures I got were quite encouraging, in that the pH, where the pH was between 1 and 2, it has risen to 4. Which is still below obvious acceptable levels, whilst the total dissolved solids now stands at about 649 milligrams per liter, which is acceptable as it's below 1,000 milligrams per liter. This has basically dropped from about 1,500, which was well above. The report we received from these institutions is that Sinometo has now increased the number of dosing points, and this will be continuously increased so that the pH is raised as much as possible to acceptable levels. So the estimation is that between the next 2 days, we will be seeing levels which are acceptable. Hence, we will see an increase in the uptake of water by Nkana and Water for their purification, and obviously later on distribution to the 2 towns. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chimwemwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, Mwambeshi River lies in Chimwemwe, and we have over 4,000 smallholder farmers, and this could be considered as peasant farmers. Honorable Minister, these farmers do not draw water from Nkana. They've got shallow wells just near the Chambeshi. We've actually stopped them from drawing water. And unfortunately, Nkana water is not taking any water using the Bowser. And these are the people that were so scared that they could die because of thirst, and they could be forced to start drawing water from there. And their land, Honorable Minister, is actually used for farming. So we understand and appreciate that you've considered compensation. But financial compensation won't just be enough. Their land needs to be tested, so that if it has to be neutralized, it has, because this is their daily life. And also, Honorable Minister, on the tailings dams don't just collapse, because there's a frequency of checking. So Sinometer is not just checking. So now the question from the people of Chimwemwe is, are you going to consider or compel the mine to move the location of this tailings dam to somewhere else? Our fear is, in case such an occurrence happens again, maybe in the night, then the water goes to the people. We could end up drinking that poisonous water. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, the Chimwemwe Member of Parliament brings very important questions on the table. Yes, indeed, we sympathize with the loss of products from the 4,000 small-scale farmers. Let me assure you that the Minister of Agriculture is up to speed on these issues, on issues of compensation. As to the issues of water provision, the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation and other partners will really look into providing our people with the quality water supply. You bring another very important and very technical question on shifting of the tailings dam location. I think these are issues we will be looking at. I must state clearly here that the issue of location of a tailings dam is a very, very big issue when any industry, when any mining company is undergoing an environmental impact assessment because of the danger it poses to the environment. I'm very sure that this will be a subject of discussion, detailed discussion with the Minister of Green Economy and Environment through ZEMA. We will also institute several studies to see how we can make decisions going forward. These are valid points, and these are points we'll be looking at. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chifugu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, Kafiwe and its tributaries have continued to be contaminated from the industrial discharges coming from different mining companies on the copper belt. And these discharges cause high metal concentration in the water for the river, which affect the aquatic life and impact on the population of the fish and disrupt the river ecosystem. Now, this devastating effect it is causing to the river, Honorable Minister calls for punitive measures to the would-be offenders. Share with us what your ministry has done to those who have polluted the rivers, particularly on the copper belt, the mining companies. Do you have some statistics you need to share with us to build confidence in us that government is working on this problem that is affecting the contamination of the waters from the mines? Share with us some of the statistics of prosecutions that your ministry has done to the mining companies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, that's a loaded question. The last part as to the statistics for punishment, for prosecution, I may not have them on my fingertips, but I would invite the Member of Parliament to come to the offices so that we inform him. However, should the public need this information, we can come back and give these statistics. Madam Speaker, the issue of pollution of rivers, lakes, water systems in the country is a very, very big issue. You will recall, Madam Speaker, that just last week, I was on this floor of the House, informing the House that the ministry will bring to Parliament amendments to the law so that there are more punitive measures against people who pollute our rivers and streams. So I can only ask that Parliament helps us enact the various changes to the law so that the punishment is more punitive. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kanfinsa.
Madam Speaker, my second follow-up question will be a very short and very precise one. Minister, in my earlier follow-up question, you referred to your statement. I know that one of the interventions you've referred to is engaging the mining houses to help you resolve this problem. The people of Kamfinsa, Madam Speaker, the people of Chimwemwe, and all the other affected constituencies would want to ask a very precise question. When do we expect water supply to be restored to the respective health facilities, schools, and the homes that are affected? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, I will have a short answer. We are engaging. Mopani and KCM are already on board. Government is on board as usual. We expect that because we've increased the dosage of lime, the dosing points for lime, we are seeing the pH rising quite quickly. It's at 4 now, it was at 1. I've been assured by Kana Water, by ZEMA, by WAMA, by Seno Metals, that within the next 2 days, the estimation is that the next 2 days, Kana Water will start abstracting water from the Mwambashi River. So we expect that in the next 2 days, we should be able to start abstracting that water. Remember, once that water is abstracted, it still undergoes treatment. The treatment plant, I think it will Angirilo and other treatment plants, so that we can still supply quality water to our people. We can only ask for patience from our people. Indeed, it's a dire situation. It's a situation where we are. So we need to come together as a country to ensure that we manage this situation. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Mwense.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Minister, community engagement in the context of water contamination is very important. And in your statement, you did allude to public awareness. What I want to find out from you, Minister, is what is it that you are doing in conducting those public awareness? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Before the Minister comes in, what is your point of order, Honorable Member for Mukushi South?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are talking about lives of people. And when people are asking questions, it's important that we are given collective but specific answers. The people in the Copper Belt right now as we speak, they have no water. The minister has been asked, when exactly are you going to restore water? He's talking about PHI rising, 2 days collecting water, and it will need some treatment. The people of Copper Belt wants to know, is the minister in order not to be specific, understanding order 71, Madam Speaker, not to be specific as to when exactly water is going to be restored for the people of Copper Belt, in order for them to start drinking a clean and safe water. I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Due to lack of time, I will allow the Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation just to tell us the specific time as he responds to the question from the Honorable Member for Mwense. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, I stated very, very clearly that at the rate, again I will repeat pH for it's a measure of acidity, sir. And you listen carefully when somebody is answering so that you get it. Normally people from Rondazi ask very specific questions. Madam Speaker, we need to consult the people of Lundazi. Madam Speaker, the 2 days elapsed on Sunday. We expect that Nkana Water and Sewage Company will start getting water from Mwambashi River on Monday. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Sorry, the Honorable Member for Chitambo. The Minister did not answer the question from the Honorable Member for Mwense, unless if you've forgotten the question.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, this Member of Parliament was confusing me. What type of engagement, Madam Speaker? We are using, first and foremost, there's a radio campaign. Secondly, I'm speaking about this matter now. Yesterday we had the press statements. We are engaging our structures. You know, the Ministry of Agriculture is widespread. The Ministry of Green Economy and Environment, widespread throughout that area. The Ministry of Water Development is quite widespread. We are also utilizing our political structures. We are talking to the people, all the people, and if there are any other measures the Member of Parliament can think of, respected Member of Parliament, we invite you to be on board. We're also inviting the Honourable Members of Parliament here to speak about this issue, to help us disseminate this information. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Since I had called the Honorable Member for Chitambo, the Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Madam Speaker, it's just a simple question to the Minister. I know that Kafue River goes down and connects into Zambezi River. Minister, you haven't told us whether you have also checked downstream of Kafue River, whether the contamination has also gone into Zambezi River. Is that the position, or have you checked? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, I can confirm that we've checked the water quality in the Kafue River. The Zambezi River, remember, is hundreds and hundreds of kilometers away. And pollution normally reduces as you go along the length of the river. But to confirm to you that pH in that area indeed had gone down, but the values were not as bad as the values in Mwambashi, which was in close proximity to the tailings dam which failed. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, let's continue with the engagements with the Minister, especially the constituencies that are affected. We make progress. Question for oral answer understanding order number 82. The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the people of Chitambo, question number 213.
Okay. The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for an opportunity. Madam Speaker, allow me to take advantage of this opportunity to add a voice to those that had welcomed the new members of Parliament in this House. Yeah. Especially that I was one of those that were part of the process. And behind me I have my first and second born of Kawambwa Central and also Pambashi members of Parliament, who to us are first and second born in Wapura province. And this really, Madam Speaker, is pointing to the fact that the UPND is growing in numbers. I said I take advantage of this opportunity, Madam Speaker, just to welcome and also congratulate and thank these members of Parliament, including the one from Petauke. We welcome him in this House. And obviously, adding 2 members of Parliament as a party really is not a mean achievement. It's something that should be appreciated by well-meaning Zambians, that this political party is growing. Having said that, Madam Speaker, Honorable Member of Parliament for Chitambo is asking the Ministry of Youth and Sport the following questions. In A, what really caused the damage to the roof on the northern wing of the National Heroes Stadium in Lusaka district? In B, what urgent measures are being undertaken to avert further damages to the property due to rains? Madam Speaker, our response. In A, the damage to the roof on the northern wing of the stadium was caused by impacts of strong winds on a weathered and tiered roof. In B, Madam Speaker, the stadium is insured with the Zambia State Insurance Company, and we really engaged this insurance company, who has since engaged also engaged the company that is to replace the tent. It's a tent. Now, the insurance company had difficulties in finding a local company to express interest in repairing the roof. And since the material can only be sourced outside, that is from China, and in view of the foregoing, Madam Speaker, the company in China is being engaged. And this company is called Shanghai China, who may repair that roof. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Supplementary questions. The Honourable Member for Kamfinsa.
Minister of Sports, you are aware that Hero Stadium is the biggest football facility in Zambia in terms of seating capacity. It sits in the capital city, so it's a very strategic facility in the sports subsector. I wanted to find out from you, Minister, looking at how long it has taken not only to replace the roof, but also to undertake the rehabilitation works that are currently ongoing at the sports facility. When do we see the sports facility being retained to a state which can allow for international games to be held right here in Lusaka? I think the sports fraternity is curious. They want to know, even from this ministerial statement that you've given, they want a specific answer. When do we expect the sports facility to be utilized again? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. It's not a ministerial statement. It was a question. The Honourable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Madam Speaker, someone is asking a question and he wants to answer again the same question that he has asked himself.
Can you give room to the Minister to respond?
Indeed. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think the answer is very short and precise. In the next 2 to 3 months, I think Widow Stadium will be ready for international games. Let me also indicate that apart from what we are discussing today, we have also engaged another contractor from South Africa, working together with a local contractor. We are now putting up a new turf, and a very nice one compared to Manchester United Stadium. So I think Euro Stadium will never be the same. So right now, the contractor is busy working on the turf at Euro Stadium.
Yeah. The Honourable Member for Chiruvi. Chifubu, sorry. The Honourable Member for Chifubu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, depreciation is the fall-in value of an asset due to wear and tear, which may be caused by actual use and sometimes the age of an asset. So this national asset that we have, when we compare it with the Levi Mwanawasa in terms of age, you find that Levi Mwanawasa was built earlier than Heroes Stadium. We expected Mwanawasa than Heroes. Could it be that there were some substandard work that were done initially by the contractors who were selected at the point of inception? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member, for that important follow-up question. Indeed, the workmanship that was exhibited at Euro Stadium was not all that good compared to Levi Mwanawasa Stadium. That's the reason why you've seen Levi Mwanawasa Stadium is still in an acceptable standard where we can even play international football. So the answer could be yes, the workmanship was not good, and I don't know what really happened because I was not there. I think it was not done in good faith, but for us as the new donor administration, we are going to make sure that we really rehabilitate not only Heroes Stadium but also Levi. So what we've done is that we have started with Heroes Stadium, but we also know that Levi Mwanawasa Stadium also needs some attention. So just after finishing Heroes Stadium, then we shift our attention to Levi Mwanawasa Stadium so that we can also change the turf. The turf, I think, has need to be replaced. So indeed, I agree with the honourable member that the workmanship that was exhibited at Heroes was not so pleasing.
Thank you. I'm getting the last point of order. The Honourable Member for Lumezi, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll cite Standing Order 71. The stadium that is a topic of discussion now was built from the friendly people of the Republic of China. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Minister is saying there was poor workmanship without any technical report whatsoever. And where will this misleading response keep the people of Zambia and the people of China with such a misleading statement with no technical report whatsoever? I seek your serious indulgence, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lumezi, I think it would have been more appropriate for you to come up with a question instead of raising on a point of order, especially that the Minister is still on the floor and we are giving chances to the members of Parliament to ask questions, supplementary questions. He's the only one right now who can respond to all the questions that are being asked. So whatever he's telling us, I believe that is the information that he gets from his ministry. So the Honourable Member for Lumezi, please just take note of the opportunity that you have to ask a question. The Minister is there to respond to you. The Honourable Member for Chitambo.
Madam Speaker, the Minister said it will take us about 2 to 3 months to repair the Heroes Stadium. My question to him is, what immediate measures has he put in place to ensure that we avoid further damage? Because it's raining right now. And Madam Speaker, even from a distance, you could tell that that water is going direct on some property inside there. What has he done as immediate measure? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister will take into account the issue that was brought out by the Honourable Member for Lumezi, where he's saying you are misleading the nation with the information that you get. The Honourable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. The problem that we are having is that the question is very, very specific, but it's like we are trying now to expand the question, because the question is just about the roof.
Yes.
In fact, it's not about the TAFE and other things, just about the roof. But the way members of Parliament are asking questions, sometimes we are just tempted to answer. We are tempted to answer. That's why sometimes when people are not ready to answer to those expanded questions, sometimes they walk out. And so I would suggest that maybe we stick to the question. And sticking to the question, let me answer by saying that, Madam Speaker, there is no way we can mislead the nation. I'm sure the question is coming from Member of Parliament for Chifubu, who understands that when you go to Levi Mwanawasa and look at the structure, and you come to Heroes, maybe some of these members of Parliament have never gotten inside Heroes Stadium. They will be able to appreciate what we are talking about when it comes to workmanship. So those that have gone into, especially soccer fans like Honorable Kangombe, will be able to help me qualify that statement, that the workmanship when it comes to civil works inside the stadium was not done very, very well. So, hence my answering. So I'm not misleading anybody. In fact, it's some of these members of Parliament who are misleading themselves by trying to fight the Chinese people or pitting against the Zambian people. Otherwise, what was done there was not so pleasing. I want to repeat. Now, coming to the question, Honourable Member for Chitambo, I said that right now we engaged the insurance company because that facility is insured, Madam Speaker. So if anything happens, definitely the insurance company will be able to come on board and help us fix the roof. But as I said earlier, that we have a situation where local companies are failing to fix that tent because it's a tent. That roof is made of a tent. So at one point, I think we tempted to engage a local company who at that same spot, it was fixed. And again, after a few months, again, it was blown off. So that's why now we thought it was important to contact those who had built that stadium. They can help. But I think in the future also, I need also to preempt other questions that may come. In the future, I think we intend to just get rid of the old roof and put up a new roof so that we avoid the blowing of the roof at Heroes Stadium. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The last member, the Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Madam Speaker, just for the sake of those that are listening, the people of Chitambo wanted to know whether an assessment has been done to ascertain how much the repairs will cost us. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Chitambo, and thank you for your interest in Lusaka District. Indeed, you are a soccer fan, and the people of Chitambo are really soccer fans. That's very nice. Madam Speaker, I want to repeat myself by saying that we have engaged the insurance company, and the insurance company has not yet come back to us to tell us how much we're supposed to spend. So until that information is available to us, then we'll be able to tell the very good people and soccer fans of Chitambo how much may required in terms of assessing what was damaged. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Next question, the Honorable Member for Rufugu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question 214.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member has asked the following question: what measures government is taking to reduce the cost of borrowing from commercial banks? In response, Madam Speaker, some of the measures government is taking to reduce borrowing from commercial banks include the following. One, reducing fiscal deficits, which is critical for lowering yield rates on government securities and ultimately contributes to lower commercial bank lending rates. Fiscal consolidation, supported by successful conclusion of external debt restructuring, is expected to contribute to lower lending rates in the medium term. 2, lowering inflation, which will help to maintain stable interest rates and prevents lenders from demanding higher returns to offset inflation risk, thereby reducing borrowing costs. The Bank of Zambia will therefore continue using its monetary policy tools to achieve low and stable inflation by steering inflation back to the 6 to 8% target band and anchor inflation expectations. In this way, the Bank of Zambia will foster a low interest rate environment and contribute to lowering the cost of capital. 3, in addition to the pursuit of price stability mandate, the Bank of Zambia will continue to encourage financial institutions to use the Credit Reference Bureau, CRB, when extending credit facilities to various agents to address the issue of risk. The consistent use of the Credit Reference Bureau is likely to yield positive results through the identification of delinquent borrowers, thereby help in minimizing the levels of non-performing loans in the financial system. This will ultimately contribute to reducing credit risk and lead to low lending rates. 4, further, government in the 2024 budget increased the allocation to the Zambia Credit Guarantee Scheme to facilitate access to affordable loans by small and medium enterprises. To complement these efforts, the Bank of Zambia is working on modalities to introduce a second round of a targeted refinancing facility to provide affordable liquidity to commercial banks for onward lending to priority sectors of the economy at lower interest rates. Madam Speaker, other measures such as financial inclusion and education being taken by the government through the Bank of Zambia will help in lowering lending rates. Financial education is critical in this regard, as it will help in enhancing financial knowledge, thereby helping in minimizing the exposure to financial products that they may not afford. Further, in the medium to long term, the market development efforts through sensitization, retail participation in the government securities market will increase competition and help to lower yields, which will anchor rates in the capital and financial markets. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you.
Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Rufugu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, looking at your policies, the policies of the New Dawn, and the desire to empower the Zambian people, you've done a lot. From CEC, CDF loans, and there are a lot of other initiatives that are coming. Do you think the outlined methods you've put there are so effective that within a short period of time we are going to see the lending rates coming down so that you can also be cautioned, so that at least a number of people can rush to the banks than depending on the funds that you are giving to these small scale miners and all the people who need loans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I wish to confirm that the measures are the rational ones that will contribute to lowering of interest rates, because currently with the excess debt or borrowing that the government had, government was competing with the private sector in borrowing money, and obviously this did push up the cost, and that's why, if you listen to what I said, the measures to reduce the deficit is certainly a big anchor in driving interest rates down. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Rufugu, do you have another question?
No.
Okay.
No.
The Honorable Member for Wasenshi.
Thank you so much. Let me take this opportunity to therefore the Ministry of Finance is putting to ensure that there is financial stability in the country. The policy itself. Honorable Minister, as government, what measures are you putting in place to ensure that homegrown solutions are really adhered to by empowering the local banks? Because it has been proved that where government shortfalls, we are able to seek help from our local solutions, which is local banks. I'll give you an example of NatSave. It's almost in all the districts, if my memory serves me right. And because of that, when government really need help, very easy to bank on that particular bank or other banks, especially local banks. Now, what is happening is that...
Just summarize your question, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What practical measures are you putting in place to ensure that government institutions are able to support local banks such as NatSave and the other banks in order to have that support at the end of the day in terms of reducing or depending on commercial banks? I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, a lot is being done to help local banks. Now, in the case, but of course, we have to realize that, yes, we have the likes of Zanaco, a local bank, big, strong, and reliable, as they say it themselves. But there are also more that you mentioned. So the strategy is, first of all, to help all the banks, because as long as a bank is serving in Zambia, it helps a Zambian person, which is positive. But specifically to the government banks, certainly in several constituencies, because of the CDF, NatSave is the automatic banker to many of these institutions. And that being the case, I think NatSave and the smaller banks serving out there in the rural areas, the amount of support they're receiving now is something that they've never seen before. So we'll continue to support them, and yeah, we'll continue to support them, and CDF has helped them in different places. Madam Speaker, thank you.
The Honorable Member for Luena.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, interest rates are a function of a number of fundamental economic factors, and among them would be the act by the government to borrow locally, and also, apart from direct borrowing, is debt accumulation through procuring services and goods without paying for them on time. By comparison, would you say the appetite to borrow locally by this government and also service local debt has improved when you compare with where we are coming from and what the impact of that improvement has been on the economy? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Honorable Anakoka for that question, very important. Absolutely. If government is in the habit of collecting goods and services without paying for them. The end result is that some of these people supply the goods and services who may have borrowed the money from banks to provide those services. They will fail to service the debt because the government has not paid them. And because banks now are unable to collect what was borrowed, the end result is what? The banks must collect that money from those who are truthful in paying their debts. The end result is that interest rates go up because the bank must now focus on collecting money from those who are truthful to servicing the debt. This is why, as we came into office, as this government came into office, the issue of giving out contracts without a budget, that is no longer tolerated, and that is no longer happening. And when you get an order from government, the budget will be there and money will be paid. So absolutely correct. We have to be financially disciplined, and that is a very important factor in lowering interest rates. As long as people borrow money and they fail to pay, that is always going to be an important factor in pushing up interest rates in the manner that I've just explained. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. My apologies to the last two members. We have to make progress. We are behind time. Next question, the Honourable Member for Kanfinsa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The people of Kanfinsa have assigned me to ask question number 215.
The Acting Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member of Parliament for Kanfinsa asked the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development a question in two parts. Part A, whether the government has finalized the formulation of the 10-year road sector plan, and in B, if so, whether the following roads in Kanfinsa parliamentary constituency are part of the plan. And the roads are Kanfinsa Correctional Facility to Ndola Junction, number 2, Ndeke Village to Ndeke Presidential, 3, Zamtan Cemetery, 4, Mukuba Natwange to Old Natwange, 5, Kato Kamena to Kakolo Farm Block, and 6, Township Roads in Old and New Ndeke. Madam Speaker, the response is as follows. In the response to the question raised by Honourable Kangombe, I wish to inform the House that in A, government has finalized the formulation of the 10-year road sector plan, and this plan is constantly being updated. In B, the following roads in Kanfinsa constituents are part of the plan, and implementation of the construction works depends on availability of funds. And the roads that are part of the plan are the following, Madam Speaker. Kanfinsa Correctional Facility, Tundola Mufrira Road Junction, Ndeke Village to Ndeke Presidential, Zamtan Cemetery, and 4, Mukuba Natwange to Old Natwange, 5, Katokamena to Kakolo Farm Block, and 6, Township Roads in Old and New Ndeke. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Supplementary questions. The Honourable Member for Kanfinsa.
Madam Speaker, the acting minister has responded to the two questions that I raised, and in his response he confirms that the 10-year road sector master plan has been prepared and is being constantly upgraded. I would obviously request that this information, which obviously affects all the constituencies, be made available. If there's a plan, it would be important that that plan is distributed, Madam Speaker, so that we know in which financial year government intends to do these works, because every MP will keep asking these questions. So I'm happy that there's actually a plan now. My first follow-up question to you, Acting Minister of Local Government. When do we expect, for instance, you've listed the 5 roads that I requested to be added in the plan. Have you been given information by officers at your ministry to confirm, for instance, when the road connecting Ndeke Village and Ndeke Presidential will be done? Have you been told when the road going to passing Kamfinsa Prison going all the way to Ndola will be done? Is there that information provided? Basically, Madam Speaker, my question is, do we know in which financial year these roads will be done, Madam Speaker? I thank you.
Thank you. The Acting Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, a master plan will have a level of detail indicating what constitutes a master plan, including one, the details of the road which I've read through, which are 6, including when those roads fit into the 10-year master plan. But much more important, Madam Speaker, is the distribution of the master plan to honorable members of Parliament for their knowledge and monitoring. I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kamfinsa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I note that the Minister responding is obviously acting on behalf of the substantive Minister, so it is possible that maybe all the information may not be available. I wanted to ask Acting Minister, considering that government has got resources that have been assigned to road rehabilitation works, are you able to confirm through this platform, Madam Speaker, the request that has come from the constituency? Because obviously people are expecting some form of feedback, that will tell them, in this year you expect at least one of these roads to be done. Is there anything that I should take back to the constituency in terms of when one of these roads will be done? At least 1 or 2 roads I should be comforted that the one passing Old Natwange into Mkuba Natwange will be done in this financial year. I think there's that expectation, and unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I haven't gotten that particular detail. So can I be assured through this platform when one of those roads will be worked on? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The plan is a function of funds that will be available, that will be budgeted on a year-to-year basis in the 10 years. And that will go for all the constituencies. So it will be difficult at this stage to confirm which specific roads will be attended to in which specific year. I thank you.
The last member, the Honourable Member for Chirubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to get the period and the cost of the master plan.
The Acting Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, the period obviously says 10-year master plan, so that is the period. But in terms of what the cost of that master plan, I do not have the information with me. I thank you.
Thank you. There's somebody who has indicated when I said the last member. I hope it's a quick question. The Honourable Member for Chinsali.
It's not very quick, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to ask the last question, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, you have indicated that a master plan has been finalized. Then when the Honourable Member asked the question, you responded that it would be difficult for you to tell which road is going to be done in which year. Does it mean that master plan that has been done, does not have an order of ranking or an order of priority. If it doesn't have, then what kind of master plan is it? Or what kind of a plan is it? What is the purpose? Because you need to have a situation where you know that, okay, these are the 6 roads. The one which is most important is this one, followed by this one, followed by this one. All things being equal, that's the order that is supposed to be followed. So what kind of plan is this which doesn't have an order of priority or ranking? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, it's quite straightforward. We have indicated that the 6 roads in Kamfisa constituency are part of the master plan. As to when specifically, for example, the Ndeke to presidential, in which year, that information obviously is contained in the master plan. And the prioritization is dependent on the information input that came from the constituency. I thank you.
Thank you. Her Honor, the Vice President, adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is that the House now adjourns. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
So much the House has adjourned, so business resumes next week, Tuesday at 14:30 hours. So business did resume at 09 hours today, being a Friday. And when business resumed, Madam Speaker did make 2 announcements. In the first announcement, she did recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Ndola Trust School in Ndola District. And Madam Speaker did welcome the visitors to the National Assembly of Zambia. In the second announcement, Madam Speaker did inform the House that the Commonwealth Parliamentary with Disabilities African Region Zambia branch will host Parliamentarians with Disabilities Conference from 24th to 28th February 2025 under the theme Breaking Barriers, Building Inclusive Parliaments for Persons with Disabilities at a Sierra Resort in Chongwe District. She said that the aim of the conference is to address issues related to disability, inclusion and empowerment, and to provide a platform for parliamentarians to engage in meaningful dialogue, share experiences and collaborate on strategies to create more inclusive legislative bodies across the Commonwealth. She added that delegates will be drawn from CPA member countries in Africa region. So in the nutshell, that were the 2 announcements which Madam Speaker did make. Remember, we also had 1 ruling, and of course the segment for our Honor the Vice President's question time for 45 minutes, and 2 ministerial statements, and of course 1 urgent question, understanding order 82, 2 questions, understanding order 80. These are ordinary questions. So as you are aware that the Committee on Local Government Accounts has continued to receive submissions from various councils, and right now we take you to the Committee on Local Government Accounts, which is receiving submissions from Luano Town Council. I am Joe Akatama, right here from Parliament TV.
The action taken, however, management signed a memorandum of understanding with NAPSA and has managed to obtain a 75% penalty waiver, and therefore only remaining with a balance of 877,729.04 ngwe from the total obligations owed to NAPSA, see Appendix number 15. revenue remedial measures, management will ensure that commitments made to offset historical debts are adhered to. Chair, Appendix number 29, failure to settle staff obligations on 450,379. Chair, cause of the query, management acknowledges the auditor's findings and wishes to state that the staff obligations was not budgeted for because the Local Government Service Commission did not posthumously retire the late Council Secretary, and it could not be removed from the payroll as guided under Cabinet Circular number B 26 of 2022. Chair, action taken, management wishes to report that the guidance was given under Circular number LGSC/101/3/20 dated 7th May 2024, and therefore funds have been allocated under 2025 budget to settle staff obligations. Chair, see the staff obligations, Appendix number 16. Remedial measures. Management will endeavor to settle staff obligations and remove officers from payroll whenever funds are available. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so very much, Chairperson, for your submission. Now we are going to have questions from members of Parliament. Please don't shy away to give space to any member of your delegation where you feel you don't have adequate response. So any other member can, you can appoint any other member of your group to respond. I just want to caution members that you have to be precise with your responses. This is Parliament, no misleading of the members, because we want to give a thorough report to the House. Honorable Mulunda.
Chair, thank you. First, maybe I'll remind you that the person seated across there opposite you is not the chairperson, but the council secretary.
Council
and you are the chairperson.
Council Secretary, thank you so very much for that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to take your committee to page 14.
Yes, please.
Page 14 and the missing laptops. The query or the response from the management is that the management acknowledges the action that the council has taken. Management wishes to report that one of the laptops allocated to a procurement officer has been retrieved and readily available for audit verification. Allocated to the planning department have not been retrieved. However, the officers have been engaged together with his respective council on the matter. See Appendix 12. Chair, can the council lead me to Appendix 12? That is number one. If you can lead us to Appendix 12. Secondly, Chair, when the auditors came to Ruano, I believe they didn't stay for a day or two. So I want to find out what was difficult for Ruano management to be able to call these officers, and what happened because others are not, they have been given councils.
Commando, follow up.
Yes, on the same, just in addition, asked. Auditors, when you look at the third paragraph, inquiries were made on page 14. Inquiries were made with management, reviewed that the laptops were stolen between 22nd and the 31st of December 2023, according to the information that was given to the auditors. Now, my colleague here has
also revealed that Luano Council told the people that went to audit them that no, in fact, they have that these laptops actually were in the field. Now, there are two statements. Which one is correct? Is it the first one, which was reported that the laptops were stolen between 22 and 31 December 2023, or the laptops at the time of audit were with the people that were working with them?
Chair, just to indicate that on my report I don't have Appendix 12, that's why I didn't see that.
Okay, okay. So, CS, some of your files do not have all the documents. However, there are those two contradictory statements. Kindly shed more light.
Thank you, Chair.
Your mic, sir?
On Appendix number 12, Chair, there's a second page, the third page.
Second page on the report of stolen council laptop?
Yes, where it says burglary and theft of OB 871-2024. Yes. Chair, this information was brought to us by the officer after we pressed that the laptops be presented to the auditors for verification. That's when we received this, this from the police. Actually, the laptops were missing.
So are you saying that the laptop was stolen?
Yes, the
two laptops were stolen?
Yes, Chair.
From the office or from their homes? Because bear in mind that there's a concern from Honorable Munda where he said that how did they go out with these laptops, whether it was a transfer, how did you allow such a situation to an extent that at some point there was now this burglary?
Chair, these were stolen when the officer was still with the Ruano Town Council, and the reason for the officer having is that one laptop developed a fault, so he was trying to transfer information to the other laptop, new laptop, and he was doing that at his home. So in that process, that's when said thieves broke in and stole that laptop. But then the officer was now transferred to another local authority, and that comes in where now we said, since there is this matter, I would like to recover the cost of the laptops.
Honorable Member for Kalulushi.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I find it very difficult to believe that those two laptops were stolen. And why I put it across in this manner is that when you look at page 14, inquiries with the management revealed that the laptops were stolen between 22nd and 31st December 2023, while in the custody of the former procurement officer and former planning officer. It was observed that the theft of the two laptops under the planning officer's charge were reported to the police, while the theft of the other laptop had been reported to the police on the 30th of September 2024. For me, why I find it very difficult, I think these officers knew they were going to be transferred and store the laptops. These laptops were missing. A theft, Chair, happened in 2023. But when you look at the reporting to the police, it was only in 2024. After an inquiry was made, if indeed the CS, these laptops were missing on a genuine basis, I as an officer working for an institution with all responsibility. First and foremost, it was company material or items or whatever you may call it, taken out of the premises and stolen and not reported almost 2 months later to the police after an inquiry was made. These are thieves which need to be arrested and brought into book so that they can bring back the property. You cannot have, especially when you read further, they are saying these computers had valuable information like CDF, etc., etc. Now, if they are stolen in 2023 and the matter is only reported in 2024, you call that misplacement, or this is broad daylight theft. And wherever those officers are, I'm sure they are alive, they should be taken to police custody so that this matter is taken into account. That's why CS we are having CDF monies, they are failing to retire because the documents are gone missing, and even misapplication of these funds. What do? They'll just say that the computer is missing. So for me, I think if a matter is a year after, 2023 in September, and you only report in February after queries, where is the management, Chair?
So, CS, you can hear that concern? Yes?
When you look at the action taken, just like Honorable Kampamba has said, I earlier on also said the same. That's when you look at this, the action taken by the council. However, the officer has been engaged together with his respective counsel on the matter. So what? So what? What are you telling us, yes? What type of engagement? We should have been very happy to hear that this person has now been arrested, or maybe this person has refunded the money. But you just tell us they have been engaged. What type of engagement? Even when you engage them, where is the evidence to show this committee that indeed you engaged them? And what type of form of engagement was that?
Chair, on appendix
CS, before you come in,
yes,
you can see how members are grappling with this matter. So just switch off your mics. Why should these laptops be stolen between 22nd and the 31st? Question number one. In your own statement, you indicated that why these laptops were stolen, because this officer was transferring information from one laptop to the other. But why did it take him or her this period? Because when you say between, it means he even went late to go and report. He could not tell the police the exact date. Because if my phone is stolen today, I'll simply say my phone was stolen. I'll go and report the same day. My phone was stolen yesterday. What was the date yesterday? Yes. So why should someone give that gap, a period of 22nd to 31st? So you can see why the members of Parliament are grappling to believe with your statement. Please, can you clear this matter adequately for us to contextualize what could have happened? Honorable Munda.
Chairperson, it's very difficult to follow what the submission that is coming from one town council. It's very difficult to follow. In their response as management, they said these laptops were not there on that day when auditors went there, because the officers were working with laptops outside the station. That's their submission, sir. So this theft case, whatever, maybe other laptops, but these particular laptops, these people were outside the station. That's why I'm saying, how difficult was it for them to call those people? Because auditors will spend a day, 2, 3, even a week, maybe 2 weeks. What was difficult to say, they are working outside the station, you call them and say, no, the auditors want to verify, they want to see those, they want to see the laptops. And it goes on, it's off, and when you have a story of stolen laptops, the same laptops are stolen, the same laptops have been taken by officers to the other council where they have been transferred to. So what are we talking about? Chair, what are we talking about except auditors to go back and look at it?
CS, can you clear this matter?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, at the time of audit, these laptops were not there. But we contacted the officers that we needed to present these laptops to the auditors.
When were you audited?
Chair, that was in May.
May. You're not coming out clear. When were you audited?
That is in May, Chair.
Which May?
That is 2024. 2024, yes. Yes. So that's when we received, after pressing the officers, that's when we received that the other one presented to say no, the police report that this actually went missing, but unfortunately the same person with 2 laptops was transferred to Ndora, and what we did is we wrote to Ndora looking at the values of those laptops that Ndora could recover them for us, and so Ndora is cooperating and indicating that they will process the recovery. The other laptop for the procurement is retrieved and is available.
Introduce yourself before you ask a question.
Chair Mutelo from Itete. Serious, how do you reconcile with this statement? At the time of audit, officers were working with laptops out of the station. You've heard what is in here. Yes. Now you are saying, no, the laptops were not there. When the officers are out, like you've come with vehicles, then behind the auditors go. Those you've left behind in Wano, they will say, no, these vehicles have gone with the principal and in Lusaka. Do you call that missing? Chair, the CS is just doing this. I don't know what this means.
Chair, that is not missing, Chair.
Yes. So how do you change this statement now? Because that's the problem your committee through the Honorable here is finding. When you are here with the vehicles are there. So if officers were working, the laptops are there. Then now you come and say, no, they were not there. So what should we take? For your own information, there is a tendency growing. It's now growing. Some laptops found themselves in Mitete from some other council. What we are interested in the laptops is the information. Concealing the information. That's why these laptops will be told, no, the laptops are not there.
So it's laptops from Lunte. They are in Mitete.
They went to Mitete. From Mitete, Chama.
So CS, maybe I do this, colleagues.
In addition to what you want to say, Chairperson, maybe you can also ask the CS. He said he has engaged Ndora City Council. They can also give us documentation of their correspondences, the engagement they are having with the Ndora City Council, so that we look at them as well.
So can we have minutes that you have exchanged with Ndola State Council with regards to the recovery of these laptops. So you can see members of parliament, CS, are not talking from without. They are talking from what has transpired from other local authorities, and they are insinuating something fish could have happened. So please, can you clear this matter thoroughly so that we have a clear understanding of what happened to these laptops and what are you doing to ensure that these laptops are recovered? For me, like I've indicated, if the phone is stolen today, why should I say between 15th and today? When if I'm using my car, like the example that my colleague from Mitete has given, it means for them to say between 22nd and 31st, it took a very long time for them to go and report. Hence, these days, is it true that they are using these laptops, or they just got them, forgot, and kept them, and then when they went to report, they said between that date and that date? Look at the period, 22nd to 31st of March. It's a very long period, CS. For a stolen property not to be noticed, or for a property like a laptop not to be noticed that it has been stolen. Where was it stolen from? Office or from his home?
Chair from his home.
Yeah, Honorable Mood.
Chairperson, I'm looking at the document, yes, the engagement from his office to Ndola. When you look at the report of the police, the report of the police, the other one you're looking at, you find that it was reported in February. What's the date there? 2nd February. But then Ndola, to Ndola, they wrote to Ndola on the 10th of October. From February up to the 10th of October 2024, how many months? The laptops that are supposed to be used in that department, you can't allow a period to go more than 6 months. The laptops are somewhere, meaning there is no information there which was supposed to be used by the office. Simple as all that. It was just like a personal laptop, but if it was an office laptop that contained information, why should it take almost 7 months for them to engage in that?
Colleagues, at this time we break for lunch, and once we come back, CS, I want you to come and respond the months that the Honourable Member has indicated. So we'll break for lunch and we'll temporarily retrieve our immunity. So that once we come back, we come and settle this matter with relaxed minds. Members of Parliament are not very clear. So we go for lunch. Thank you so very much.
As we are going for lunch.
I'm saying we go for lunch, colleagues. We come back with fresh minds.
To go some lunch.
You want to ask more questions on the same matter? 14:30 we are back for this session.
We just wanted to say we know there being a brother's keeper. We know that. But remind them that the Secretary to Cabinet has just given a stern warning to PSs.
Unfortunately, they'll only come and respond after I've given them the immunity. Right now, they have no immunities to protect them. Thank you so very much.
Good afternoon. You are watching Parliament Television, the station that brings Parliament closer to you. We have just been listening to the interaction of Luano Council with the Committee on Local Government Accounts. They've currently taken a lunch break, and the business of the committee continues this afternoon. So keep watching Parliament Television. the only station that brings Parliament closer to you.
Get into the football action. And he's got it in. He took his time. So, McTominay! Enjoy the fun cartoons. Stop! You don't know what you're doing.
Yes, I do.